Did I click OK on the title? Check. It doesn't even say I'm streaming yet. Yeah, okay. The title's good. God, I'm gonna get my ass clipped for this music. Metronomic is still uploading to SoundCloud, so I'm playing one of the mixes, but that undoes my entire scheme, my nefarious, evil scheme of running it through Twitch twice. That way I know what's muted and what isn't. But yeah, so much for that. They stopped streaming on Twitch, so I'm playing some of the SoundCloud, but it's risky business. Risky. Let's see. I need this. Technically, if we work on the power supply, we're also working on this computer, but this and this. I'm gonna put the shifter back together. I think I cracked it. I think I cracked the shifter. I think I finally figured it out. It took another like 5 hours of printing and stuff. It's always a struggle. It's always a struggle. There's always way more work into stuff than you'd think. I have somebody here repairing a window, so it might be a little loud in the background. How's chat? There is no chat. Chat's dead. Hold on, I'm gonna clear chat. Nobody say anything. There we go. Now I don't have all the system messages up there. Embarrassing. Embarrassing to have all these system messages up when he should be streaming. Well, Jeffson is the first message that gets cropped in this thing. I need better chat displays. What's up, Jeffson? How you doing? How you doing? Ugh, stupid aluminum light. I wish it had a little bit more steel on it so it would hang up on the magnet hanger. A little pen light is a really important tool in the shop. Just something you can peek into stuff with. UV light should probably go in the glue bin. I don't really need the UV light as much, right? There's not that much semen all over the shop. Oh dear. Well, we'll ignore that there's a lot all over the shop. Don't look at the Haynes manual under it. Ugh. Okay. You're doing great. Oh, that's good. I'm feeling pretty good. I've been sleeping a lot better now that the windows have a UV coating on them. So that the whole shop is in a big solar oven. Huh? That was rough. Distant cacophony! Hey! This is like bad timing. You should have done that a lot later in stream so that I had more people to try to shill over to your channel. So we could try to get you a badge. Everybody go watch Distant Cacophony. She streams. 14 months. I'm at my edgy phase. You're not the boss of me. And you're making these decisions, these bad decisions that you're gonna mature out of. That's okay. Whatever. I'm happy to promote other streams here. Like, especially people that I see that are doing stuff that are doing cool stuff. I set up the Discord to not have, I'm happy with people pasting like links to their own streams in the stream announcements section, but I've turned that into less of kind of an automated thing, because there was like, every time I see people like jockeying to have like, hey, why isn't this thing announcing my streams anymore? It's like, no, I'm not doing that. So what we do is we have it so that if your Twitch is integrated with Discord, your status changes and you go into the viewer category, like the second, like right below the moderators. I have a section for people who are currently live. I don't know how many people use that, but it just immediately eliminated all the competition. This is somebody who I'd like to also see on Twitch. Somebody who I'd like to see on Twitch more, because Metronomic Live hasn't streamed in 2 years. I don't know if maybe they don't have as photogenic of an area to stream in, or if they're doing live from Heart Bar. It sounds like they've actually got a gig that's probably actually paying them good money. So, but this is somebody that I found through Tom Thinks, and I think it's a couple people or two people But I don't know. They play good deep house, so I like them. I don't know if Pex has ever booked them. Pex is usually who I'm associated with. I'll have to find some more Pex mixes, but Chex Mix? Pex is the Philadelphia experiment. It's like a collective of Philly like DJs and artists and stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Metronomic is out of New York, so it's like close association. Anyway, I'm pretty much only talking to Distant Cacophony right now, aren't I? It's like I got 3 viewers. It's great. Well, hope everything's good with you. I've been running around a little bit. We've got people working on Windows today, so there might be a lot of noise. There might be a lot of noise because it's literally the window over the back wall of the shop. But it needs to be done. There was condensation between the panes, and I'm sick of paying so much for air conditioning. I need to turn this house into a big thermos. Things are fine. I see you using my emotes in Prickly Tomatoes chat, and I'm waiting for him to like make his usual like sort of I would call them translucent, not opaque or transparent comments about other brands in his chat, which he's done many times. I don't understand that attitude at all coming into Twitch. Like, but that's just, I'm not gonna, I don't mind, you know, you do whatever with your own channel, that's fine. But it's funny because he's got such weird opinions about that kind of stuff. So strong about it. And honestly, I love to see other people's emotes in my chat. It's awesome. Like, that's what Twitch is all about. You get these weird ass emotes, or every now and then somebody posts like the Rabaz teeth emote, and you're like, man, that guy's weird. He's got some weird emotes. Yeah, I don't know. It was a long time ago, and I just remember it. He probably doesn't even remember saying what he said. Because I'm sitting there like when I first started watching him, and he's making these rants, and I'm like, I hope that's not directed like anywhere near me, but it sounds like it is. So weird. So weird. I need to do an emote overhaul. An overhaul on my emotes. I need to do an emote overhaul because I got a lot of good ideas. I got a whole page of ideas of emotes to do, and mine are kind of falling behind. They're no longer like topical meme kind of things, so I need to go in and do like a couple animated and mess with a couple. I need to get back into pixel art. We did like 45 seconds of pixel art, and then I found another project immediately after. That's always a bad thing when that happens. Yeah, you pay to get them. You want to use them. You want to see them. I don't know. Some of these people that come from like YouTube have an obsession with branding. I think that's what it's all about. There's like this branding that they want to keep. I got weird ideas about having a shark's fin of hair on top of your head that you don't see because it starts soon. There we go. That's more like it. There we go. Now I feel like I'm it's like one of those Japanese hairdos, right? Where I'm in a gang. All right, I'm gonna do this. It'll just fall back into place. Good enough. Yeah, branding is like super important to these guys. I mean, for me, it's just I happen to have the brand. Like the name branding of Oh Bother is not good. I wanted to have something else. I didn't come up with something good enough. And right when I was about to like start streaming, I got the one and only shout out from Previously Recorded Live, which is the Jack and Rich from Red Letter Media. And I was like, I guess I'll keep Oh Bother because that'll associate whatever that shout out is in perpetuity. It's their last previously recorded YouTube video, and they're shouting me out at the end of it. I'm proud of that. I think they felt obligated because I was working on a project for them, and I hope they don't have regrets. They probably do. They probably have a ton of regrets. But that's why I kept Oh Bother. But that doesn't really brand incredibly well with electronics. I know. I'm stuck. Like, I mean, Distant Cacophony is a cool brand. Voicebox is a pretty cool one. Like, that kind of describes him pretty well. You tune into his channel and you're like, that guy's got a good voice. Like, Oh Bother is like, is this guy just gonna give up? And the answer is yes, but it's not like a good look. It's like, fuck it, is my brand. I've been told it works well with the channel. I've been told it works well with the channel and how prickly I am when I work on projects and stuff. So whatever, I guess I'll keep it. But yeah, it's a weird one. But then all of my emotes are just Google blobs, but they're chips. So I can just steal emotes and turn them into my own. And that's the kind of pixel art that I do. So I have a bunch more stuff that I want to steal and get full credit for having original emotes. All right. Yeah, I'll wait until we start to talk about this stuff, the shifter. I want to put this back together and hopefully just put it to bed. I think this will be effective. I'm just not sure. Made it work though. Works on one spring. It rejects the plunger just fine with not a ton of force. And then it locks in at the one position, and there's a click that it makes when it clicks over. So I had to put a bolt on the front in order to hold a little thing to make a plunger, because it had to 3D print on its side, which wasn't happening with the little wings on the ends. And it turns out this plunger is thinner than what it hits. So what a bunch of piss. What an annoying thing to build this has been. Look at all the iterations that I've gone through with this little plunger. Maddening. Absolutely maddening. You figure, I guess, if you factor in the increase in skill to produce something like this, right? That's what I'm getting out of it. I don't know though. Got an email about a project that I need to respond to, and if you're out there, person who emailed me, I am being ADHD about that email. I need to go through it and I need to think about what's being requested and stuff, and I will get back to it. I'm just having an ADHD moment with it, seeing as right now I've got all kinds of stuff going on here, like having to shore up the windows so that we're not paying an exorbitant amount to cool this house, in addition to the fact that all of the funds for the storage space are what got allocated towards all this work that's happening. So the storage space is gone, and now I'm inundated with storage boxes here. I spent yesterday cleaning stuff out. And just as I was cleaning stuff out, smacking the table for emphasis, just as I was cleaning everything out, a friend of mine stopped by. That friend was St. Wiggly, and if you guys know the name St. Wiggly around here, St. Wiggly's the reason that I have end mills and a bunch of other bullshit in here. He has been a bit of my supplier of free stuff. He's on all those free cycle websites and stuff, and so he's got a good eye for finding things, like that entire stream we did with the box of electrical stuff that I kind of divvied out into the various corners of the shop. He's the reason that I've got a lot of this cool stuff. So he stopped by and I said, hey, you want my welder? Last time I used the welder was to try to make the coupling on the steering wheel, and I failed so spectacularly, but the welder still works. Every maker needs a friend like this. It's a double-edged sword, because I'm like drowning in stuff right now just because of the storage space. But I was able to get rid of the welder. I was able to give it a good home, send it to him, along with some parts for the broken power washer. It turns out, if you own a power washer, you can't store it in a garage in the winter that freezes unless you put antifreeze in it, which I didn't. So I powered the thing up and it made awful noises, and it spat out brown water, and then it made awful noises and it spat out pressurized water, and then it just died. The song's really cool, by the way. Yeah, so it spat out all kinds of horrible substances, and then it made like honk noises, which are like a stalled electric motor, and then it just done. Me after Taco Bell. It actually blew the circuit, and because this house was built in the 90s, and they figured in the 90s, cataloging this tip, yeah, look, don't store a pressure washer where it's gonna freeze. I think there was something severely, I'm throwing it out. I don't have the time or the inclination or the ability to troubleshoot and process what the hell could have happened there. Everything, it's probably super mega fucked because water doesn't exactly compress. and when it expands, it breaks things like engine blocks. That's why you have freeze plugs. I just missed a call. Where is it from? It looks very spammy. And there was no indicator. I'm gonna turn my ringer on. I'm one of those few people that actually, like... It's a valid number, too. Maryland? Oh, no, do not... No, don't make the call. God, I don't know how to control my phone. I'm turning the ring on. One of the few people that can actually, like, benefit from it. But anyway, okay, so the power washer dead, and I just figured this out when St. Wiggly drives up the driveway, pops out of his car, and proceeds to start giving me weird stuff. And so I'm like, you gotta, like, here, do you want a broken power washer? He's like, no. I'm like, all right, how about the welder? So he took that away, which helped me massively, because I can't run a welder in the shop. The shop is full of wood, and I mean, I have a 240 volt socket in here, but like welding on wooden tables is not a good idea. And generally we get around that kind of stuff with bolts and glues and screws. That's sort of the type of work that we do here. We do like small makers hobby projects. I'm not about to weld together some giant massive frame that I can't even get out of here. There's the welding helmet. That thing is so old. If I put it on, I'm probably gonna get like 50 spiders in my face. But anyway, they're in a good home right now. They'll just populate the walls, all the spiders. Are you sure your friend's not a Jawa? I could say Utini when he drove away. I'm getting voicemail messages now. What is this all about? Is that okay? I just got a text. I just got a text about power washing. Yeah, we are talking about you. I'm telling the story of yesterday where I'm desperately trying to clean out this garage in like 90-degree weather. Oh, dear God. Hold on. Somebody's calling me about power. I'm literally telling a story about a power washer right now, and then I get a text about somebody coming to my house power washing, and then they call again and they say, hey, here's one is power washing. I'm like, no, I won the trade. I don't know, man. I mean, you're gonna get that scooter back. I'm gonna fix that. I don't have space or any need for that kind of thing. He drops off an electric scooter and this RC car. That's gonna be the more interesting thing that I got from this whole thing. But he got my welder, which was, it's a nice welder. He got my welder and he got the wand for the power washer. But yeah, I got this thing. I'm a Chow is slightly taller. Yeah, you guys don't understand that the people that I know IRL are all much taller than me. They're all universally much taller than me. I don't know what's up with the way that I've structured my friends group, but I'm shorter than all of them and I'm average height. It's like I'm like Justin of Djibouti show. Everybody else is much taller than him. Stick metal shit together now. I was saying that like this is not the shop for that. I cannot do that in here. There's not enough air exchange in here for me to do welding. Yeah, even if I get the gas and everything down here, like it's not good. I can't do that here. Nor do I need to. I don't need to. So yeah, that's the deal. So so we've got a cool RC car to work on. I've got an electric scooter to fix and then get the hell out of here because I'm inundated with stuff. We need to get back to my laser optical stuff that's in storage somewhere behind me, as well as like all the other weird shit that I've been sort of squirreling away. Needs to go like up and on walls and stuff like that. But most of the storage stuff has been decommissioned, and now all the money for the storage unit is going towards the house. So we got coatings on the window, we got a generator, and we're gonna, how much fucking money was that? And then we're now getting a window fixed. So there might be some construction noises today. There might be a bunch of bangs and bumps. Can't wait to look like a huge nerd on the electrics. I mean, how can you not? You need like a light up headband or something to wear well, or a big helmet. Depending on what happens to that scooter, we need to figure out how to charge it, and if it charges successfully, and if it works properly, or if it needs a new battery. This thing, this RC car, is a touring car, and it's actually a pretty good one. It's an Associated TC4. The Associated TC4, right about the end of the era when I was messing with RC cars, maybe a little bit later than that, but before the era of three-phase motors. So what I'd like to do is get this thing a three-phase motor control, good radio, good steering servo. Just the basically go up this row right here. Because I got some batteries. I don't know if they're proper, but they might be proper batteries to put in this thing, and I don't know, maybe I can make a fun little cart out of this thing. I like the 1/24th scale stuff over this 1/10th scale, because 1/10th scale, everything is expensive about this scale. Basic parts for this thing are expensive, although I do have new struts that I could put in. I didn't know they were exactly the right size. We could probably put these struts in there. Although these I think need oil. They're too light. Whereas these have a squish. Well, 3 out of 4 of these have a squish to them. So I don't know. But anyway, everything for 1/10th scale is expensive. It's really expensive. The smaller stuff that I've been dealing with is so much cheaper. It's so much cheaper. And you could run it inside at lower speeds and like drift with it and stuff indoors. So this is the one that I have the comprehensive 3D model of, so we can design 3D printed solids for. Yeah, scales are a little different, aren't they, with the touring cars? Same principle though. Motor right here, over to a central drive shaft, that then does all 4 wheels with 2 diffs. And the slip in the diff is because it's a ball diff. Yeah, indoor drifting, fun stuff. I hope this VOD doesn't get heavily muted. I'm using Metronomics music again, but they haven't streamed in a while, so I can't really use their stream to, I'm using their SoundCloud mix as an experiment to see if it's gonna get heavily and completely muted. But it is about, well, no, it varies. The amount of time that I spend talking with you guys does vary quite greatly from stream to stream, but yeah, anyway, it was a cool haul, and I'm actually really glad that St. Wiggly showed up to take my fucking welder away, because I don't have space for that at all. I don't have space, and I don't have the area that I can actually use it. By the way, St. Wiggly, if you want, I don't have any use for my welding hood anymore. I don't have like the gas bottles or the regulator or anything anymore, but welcome to come and use it anytime. If I actually have something that needs welded, I'll let you know, but I've never gotten that. I'm not good at welding. I'm really bad at it. Like, really bad at it. I just needed more seat time. Because, like, you get used to, like, the one practice setup. Yeah, okay. Well, next time you're around, we'll make sure to get that to you. Because it's a decent enough helmet. I don't know. There's probably better ones now, but, yeah. We gave the gas bottles and the regulator to my brother, who has a garage, so, I don't have a garage, so. But yeah, we'll get that to you. That'll reduce some of the detritus around here as well. Don't do safety squints. Don't do that to your eyes. Like for me, when I was practicing welding, you know, I never had the setup that all the YouTubers have, which is like a metal table. Didn't have like a metal table to just like throw stuff on and practice with over and over again. But like you get used to the practice materials, and then you get okay at welding the practice materials, and then when you actually go to like weld something real, it's totally different, and everything is totally different. The only thing that I really successfully welded was an engine mount for the LS1 in the 944 project. We were sighing about finding this recently. I looked up online. There's a 944 in Kentucky on eBay that's not running, and it's got a very shiny red body, and it is the perfect candidate for the LS1 swap. And it's $1,100, and I don't have room for it. I don't have room for it. I can't. No, I can't do it. I wish I could. I have to find an LS1 as well. Yeah. It sucks. It's like it was like the perfect candidate for the project. I don't know why you're using a Kappa, Copper. You always use a Kappa to try to get out of, like, any responsibility for the statements that you're making. You don't need sarcasm in that. The LS motor goes in everything. It's fine. that's a well-known thing. The thing about the LS motor, though, as opposed to the Audi engine that's in the Porsche 944, yeah, nothing's working. Yeah, fucking hell. I don't know. Where's? I guess they got a job. Or no, it was. Crap. Who's that guy? they're in my Discord anyway. They're from Jersey and they know their Porsches 944s. But anyway, the LS motor is only a little bit heavier than the Audi motor that was originally in the 944. When you swap it in, it still has, and maybe a little like 10% off, but it still has that weight balance, almost 50-50, and a much more powerful motor, which makes it a much more fun and interesting car. The only problem is that motor can be powerful enough to shear off the axles or to break the transaxle. So it's a thing. It's a thing, but I want to do it, and I've done it before. I just never got to doing the exhaust and the electricals. Those are the two things that I needed to figure out. You really don't need to do much with the exhaust. I wanted to go crazy with the exhaust and like balance out all the turns of the pipes and do like a crossover pipe, because apparently you can make it sound really good if you do a little crossover pipe. But yeah, that never happened. That never happened. I ended up selling it for I think $2,000, and then that was it. And since then, I've had nothing but regrets, because the 944 in general has just exponentially increased in price. All right, anyway, yeah, I guess you could tune it down and then have an emergency switch to tune it up. What I was doing is trying to update it with the Chevy wiring. So I had a folder that had all the wiring diagrams in it, and I had to go through pin by pin and like figure out what went where, because I bought an ECU online and I was going to do this and that and the other thing. I should have just spent the money on a standalone turnkey computer for it. Nowadays, because this is like 12, 13 years ago, right? That I was doing this project. Nowadays, you can get, you know, not even like an entry-level Megasquirt to do everything that you need to do. And then there was actually a time that I was talking to like the unit boss of our technical section of the FBI during lunch, and I was talking to him about engine tuning because he liked cars a little bit, and because I'm a car guy, there's a floodgate that can't stop once you start talking about cars. You guys are experiencing that right now. But anyway, I started talking to him about Megasquirt, and when the conversation was done and everybody went back to work, they were like, "Man, you were sitting there talking to the boss about like squirting or something? What's going on?" I'm like, "What's up, Sir Fogelsang?" Fucking, at least I wasn't talking to him about the GNU image manipulation program. Hey, I'm having trouble with my GIMP. It's not opening for me properly. You know what's up with that? Fucking open source projects. Why do you do this to us? Trying to have a polite conversation in the lunchroom of one of the top law enforcement agencies in the country. Their technical center. While eating shitty Sodexo food. God damn it. But yeah, there are all kinds of options for custom engine tuning and management, and support for the LS1 is like the Arduino. It's just universal. So, Megasquirt's popular in MX-5. Yeah, damn cars. The red Porsche that I have, that my goduncle or uncle in association, I don't know what the fuck the family tree looks like. Anyway, it's my grandmother's brother. I was talking to him shortly after selling the 944. He's like, I wasn't even talking to him. I was talking to my brother at a table, and he was there, and he overheard, and he went, "Oh, you had a Porsche? Do you want one?" And we were like, "Yes, yeah, 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 we want one, yeah." He has a Porsche 356 fiberglass project car. It was a Porsche sanctioned project car where you cut an inch out of the base plate of a bug, 13 bolts to take the whole body off of the bug, but cut an inch out of it and then drop your own fiberglass shell over it. So he built that car probably a year after I was born, and he daily drove that thing. And it ended up in the possession of my brother and I because of a idle conversation about me getting rid of my beloved Porsche project car, Mutant. So I ended up with that car, fixed it up a little bit, drove it a little bit, ran out of space because I had to move and all that stuff. So to where I am now, where I don't have space for a car, a project car, which saddens me every day. But that car ended up with my brother, who's done a lot of work to restore it. So that red car is off the road, but it is drivable. It's at my brother's place. We periodically sell that car to each other for $1 just to transfer titles and stuff like that back and forth. But I can't do that anymore because you know, here I don't have space for anything. Sucks. I'm gonna move out to a farm and then I'll have space for all this stuff, and we can do streams in a barn with a bunch of project cars strewn about. This has been my project car for a little while. Let's finish up this this steering project, by the way, or the stick thing. So I'm gonna lower the music. I'm gonna get. Oh, I already got rid of the start soon. Yeah. All right. Anyways, checking out Metronomic Live. If you guys get a chance, check out the SoundCloud. I have not seen Metronomic stream lately. That may change, but they might have gotten a good paying gig. It looks like they got a good paying gig at a bar. So, I mean, Metronomic Live, you guys can follow them on Twitch if you want, or check out their SoundCloud, because I continue to steal music from them, and I'm not sure if they're happy with it or not. They're obviously always gonna say it's totally fine, but I don't think it is. Also, I don't get my layer of protection playing this, where if I know that the Twitch censors have gone through it already, so I'm sort of putting him out there in front of me as a sacrifice. So I owe him. Also, we had just in case things got muted, we had Distant Cacophony scream earlier. Oh my God, Distant Cacophony subbed earlier. So if you guys get a chance, check out our channel. I know it's like humiliating for me to say this, but I feel like these people who sub to me, they just get emotes. It's not enough. All right, so to sort of close up. Yeah, barn cam with random cats. No, I'm severely allergic to cats. I would have to gently but persuasively tell the cats that they should leave. No, I guess barn cats are okay. But man, I do wish I had more room. I wish I could do car projects, because you can sell car projects. The 944 LS1 can go for a couple dollars out there, even though I'd probably never sell it. And having that Porsche 356 is hilarious. My God, I don't even know what was the. Okay, hold on. I gotta settle this before we even start. This is gonna be a very distractible stream today. The hell do you even call it? Person. Me. Where am I? This is me. Grandparent. Great uncle. No. Yeah, great uncle. How does that, what? Huh? Okay, it was a great uncle. My great uncle, just in case the pre-stream gets muted, and so these details that I'm talking about are like totally out. People in the VOD are like, what the hell's going on? My great uncle bequeathed, I don't know, it sounds like a weird word. Anyway, he gave us his Porsche 356 kit car, which was a sanctioned Porsche kit car back in the day. Use a VW bug, and you can make this cute looking car, right? And I have pictures of it deep in my servers somewhere, but it's this cute little red car. And the anecdote about it is it's actually kind of funny, because it's like, if I had that here, the response that I get from the ladies is kind of hilarious. Middle-aged men will stop you in the street, flag you down, and say, hey, what is that car? What year is it? You know, guys like with their daughters getting ice cream and stuff like that. When I like drive by, they like run out of shops and go, hey, wait, whoa, what year is that? You know, like what? Oh, I don't know, because it's a 1984 car, but it's built on like a 66 Beetle, and it was built in 1984. And the kit is, I don't even know what year the kit is. I bought it on Amazon, and then you drive away. But like, so guys my age are like, that's a cute car. Girls my age are like, I want that car. And they like push me out of the way and like kick me and take the keys and then drive away with it. Like they just steal the car. It's that cute. Like it is an incredibly cute vehicle to drive around in. But anyway. I had a lot of fun driving that thing around Northern Virginia at the time. Where are we with this project? This is another automotive tangential project that I have going on. The car streak runs strong within my veins. This is the shifter for my simulator setup. My simulator setup, Exhibit B, is made out of actual car parts, and so I've been trying to retain the feel of an actual car. So originally I had this Steptronic shifter, which is this phallic thing that sticks out of the middle of a BMW, an E46 if you want to be specific, and allows you to get into reverse, get into neutral, or pop the gears up and down. Now there's also paddles on the shifter that you can use too. But all this is giving instructions to an automatic transmission in order to put you into the next gear. I tried to get used to that for the rally in my summer car, because you can get a dog shifter or whatever rally setup where you just have to like pop the shifter up and down in order to get to the various gears. It was very confusing to me, and I accidentally double shifted, possibly if I, you know, because a good artist always blames their tools. It could be that the digital signaling here didn't contain the debouncing that it needed to do. Not in here, but in there. Didn't contain the debouncing that it needed in order to keep me from double shifting, not even granny clutching. So that's out. But what this has is a very good reverse lockout. It's got just this very heavy mechanical thunk that you need to get over in order to get into reverse. Now, my car, my stick shift car, that's a mean thing to call it, my manual transmission car has the same thing, but when you hit up against the thing, it feels just like there's nothing there, and then you can shift into first and second. But if you want to, you force it, it goes ka-clunk, and then you can flip it into reverse. Now, this shifter project from CET 3D, this is their, I don't know, OSSH or HSSO. They chose completely 180-degree reversible letters on this, and I will never stop blaming them for that. I will never forgive them. They built this shifter, and it's a nice one. I've done a couple modifications to the 3D models in order to make sure that I can use RC car struts to give this a little bit of like a feel of you actually doing work. It feels like you're actually like shifting something. And it doesn't just spring back and forth. It doesn't go instead it goes thud, right? That's kind of like a real car shifter. Now it's meant to be in this orientation where you are above third gear and then you go over like this in order to get the first and second. This is my plan B for this project. I have spent so much time trying to get the lockout right so that I can have it like this. Because this orientation, minus this extra gate right here, this is my transmission. And you can see I've got the same shifting pattern on the knob. This is my transmission where you go like this, you hit up against something, that's first and second, and then you force it over and it goes ka-clunk, and then you can put it in reverse. In this case, reverse or seventh gear, but whatever. And then sixth, that's it, that's the motion. So that's what I'm trying to preserve, is that motion there. Third is a direct thing. First you go bop, bop, and then reverse you go boom, and then you're in reverse, right? That's what I'm trying to do. Now, in order to get that feeling, we can isolate the two axes on here. But because I've added a bunch of crap to this thing, I don't have a lot of options here. So what we did is we got into Fusion 360, and I looked at the design of a similar lockout, and they use this little flat roller here, a little flat roller with a big spring on it. So I copied exactly that. a flat roller of a particular size with a big spring behind it, right? Put that in there. And then I had the trouble of trying to, and you can't see it. This is why we have the pen light. I had the trouble of trying to reverse engineer that track and to get the feel right of that track. That track's made out of metal, but we're making it out of plastic. So what I ended up doing is going through quite a few iterations on the side profile of this little piece. This little piece rolls up against the roller. What I found out a couple things. As you can see, there's a spring in the back of one of these in order to get it to reset. I found out a couple things. There's a couple little lessons behind this whole thing. One of them is that in order for this thing to pop out properly, it needs to have it. What is that? Why is it? Is there like grease? I think that's grease. I was cleaning out the bottom of one of these containers. Anyway, in order for it to pop out properly, there needs to be like a ramp. So I need a ramp, and I need the roller to not get to the top of that ramp, because if the roller gets to the top of the ramp, this thing won't push back outward. So the roller's pushing down here, and I need the force of static friction on this thing, given the amount of force that the roller's putting on the top of this thing, to mean that it's going to squish out instead of just staying in place. Then on the back end, I need something to capture it. Now I tried to give it a little pusher, because the width of my roller, the roller that I was able to engineer, is exactly as wide. What the hell? Why is my printer all weird? Anyway, it's exactly as wide as the opening for the piston, and I'm relying on the little eyelets of the piston that I added, the RC car strut. So like, here, this is our best bet. These two little things right here, pushing up against these two pieces of plastic, are our best bet, right? For doing the lockout, because they're the first thing that sort of gets close to the edge. So as that thing comes in, I need to catch it like here and let it press to here with a big click. And the big click is achieved by this thing right here, this little nub. So I can alter that nub in order to give it more of a click. And I could have based it on the radius of the roller, but if I did that, if I based it on the radius of the roller, this thing would be loose. And I need this thing to be tight. This thing needs to feel like you're hitting a wall so that it gives me the amount of haptic feedback that I need in order to see that I am in front of those gears. Because if I make it full force, yeah, this happens. This thing is made out of plastic after all. I can't make it full force unless I really involve metal and a bunch of other stuff. So I gotta make it use Scooty Puff Jr. levels of force here, right? Weenie Hut Jr. So the roller sits in here and it's preloaded by the height of this piece, and then it lumps over that bump, and then it has a linear force from there that'll reject the plunger again and consistently. That was the important part. So it took me a little while. It took me a couple iterations to figure this out. In order to get my little wings on this thing, in order to properly hit that plastic, I needed to use a countersunk bolt through the whole solid. And then I cut out the backing because it wasn't necessary anymore. So now I have a little bit more throw of this thing. This is my first time trying out this assembly once I've figured out, how to put it all together. So we're gonna have to try this. But it's your basic, like, if you've taken apart buttons before, you see mechanisms like this. And that's sort of where I'm coming up with a lot of these solutions. I mean, a lot of the solutions were right here, but you take apart enough buttons and you start to learn some of this stuff. If I really needed a spring on this, by the way, I could have put a spring here and put like a little nub on the track, or what I had before was 1 millimeter backing on this thing, and then I found a spring that could collapse within the body of this plunger. But these are all, this spring ended up having too little force when it was at its maximum extension, and possibly not too much, but you felt it, right? Whereas this one, it has one spring, like it's like this thing over here. This thing rejects the entire shift knob with just one spring, and that's the one that's going perpendicular to the motion. But yeah, so that'll hopefully give me enough feedback on everything. It's a lot easier to click over than this thing is, but and I can always alter the design a little bit more, but I need to put this one to bed. I need to put this one to bed. We need to work on another project, okay? We've worked on this thing for 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks, and I can't keep going. I don't have it in me. So yeah, the design calls for removing the entire bottom because I can't I can't get that in there anymore. The old design I was able to just like fit in, but this one ended up being way too weak, unfortunately. That feels very similar. This might end up being way too weak. I might have to alter it a little bit. I don't hear window guy here. I don't know when he's going to be doing his thing. But yeah, this is based on the two solids in fusion, so basically just wang the two things together and it's good. I don't know. I haven't called that before, but I don't really feel like it. You don't really feel like it. So yeah, put these two together, and then now I'm gonna find out that this thing absolutely does not work well, right? It's not gonna work well at all. My confidence level's kind of shot in this project, but I think I need to do like a couple little alterations on that little nub, and then I'll have this thing working. I mean, it hits at the right spot, right? But it doesn't give me enough feedback. I need more of a click, so I'll have to build that. Yeah, because that puts me over the gear just fine. If I can get more of a click on this thing, we'll be good. So there's a couple strategies for that. Well, I like the amount of force on the ramp. I do. And that hits nicely. Right? That's the right distance. It hits here, which is perfect because here, it might be a little far, but that definitely gets us into first and second. See, and there's a little wiggle. There's a little room in it before it clicks. So no keyboard. So the amount of force on the keyboard switches is not good enough for this. And actually, we've got a totally different amount of kinematics. No, we don't. It's like the same thing. Well, the pivot for this one's all the way down here, so the torque is way up here. Whereas the pivot for this one, if we put the pivots at the same spot, it's like this, right? So I got totally different amounts of torque. I've got way more torque up here. So this thing needs to be much, much stronger. Oh, no. Yeah, it's not about the click sound. It's about the click feel. There's a feel to it. It's like thunk, right? So in order to get that, I mean, one, I could lower this down and have the stick just like right here, which is weird. I like having the taller stick. Two, I can alter the little nub on this thing to click over more. See, I've been just basing it like, I've been feeling it by hand and being like, yeah, it's fine. But no, it needs to be... I need more of the nub. Yeah, I'm not doing a mechanical keyboard key. I don't know why you got that in your head. I'm not doing that. I'm just not doing that. The push on this thing is like perfect. Yeah, that's like perfect. So yeah, all I need is just a different lump on this thing. Hey, Krillin. Look, here's the motion. So there's a little plunger. And that's where see, there's a little bit of a place where it kind of like settles in just because of all the mechanical tolerances. All the mechanical tolerances, and then right there, click. Click. And then it follows the travel all the way down, and my little chamfer on this thing doesn't get in the way. And then yeah, that little click is actually caused by the ring on the strut, but it's not that big of a deal. If I really need to, I guess I can just put either raise up the mechanism, which I probably shouldn't do. I don't have a lot of room to raise it up. I could give it a 0.5 millimeter up. Well, a 0.5 millimeter is not gonna. This is like a millimeter, so yeah, I need a little bit more space there. Or I could just live with it being a little weird. But if I don't have it hit that thing, then this engages there, which is where it needs to be. Sorry about the blurriness. It'll self-clearance. I mean, there's some truth to that. I could also just raise it a little bit. I could extrude just a little bit up on that piece. Yeah, because that's just barely in there. If I give it like a ramp at the bottom of this thing, maybe. Well, that ramp is not going to be, it's not going to be printable. The 3D printer is going to like take a shit if I do that. I actually, if I raise this up just a little bit and then move the plunger back just a little bit, I could make that 1 solid millimeter because I like this spot right here. Yeah, all right, so let's do these alterations. Let's do these alterations while I have it fresh in my mind. And then I'm gonna, in the background, because we're not gonna do the shifter again today. In the background, I'm gonna print the stuff out, and then we'll be good, right? We'll be good. I'll finally be happy. But we're gonna work on the computer project today. So no. Here's what I need to do. I'll show you once this thing opens up. I know exactly what I need to do. We need to make that plunger piece a little shorter, and then we can make it more square so that I can print it from the other side, and then the screw will fit in a little bit tighter. So what I need to do here is, this is probably going to break stuff. I need to go back on the timeline a little bit. So we've got to go back. We have to go back. There's the hole that I'm making there. That's fine. This thing right here, that's the 0.5 backwards. So I'm going to cancel that. Hold on. First of all, we need to move the solid back 0.5. And there's a step in here where I elongate it. So we'll make that 0.5. And then we don't need the back. Hold on. Yeah, that's that step. So we're going to get rid of this step. And then when we do this front piece, which I'm mousing over the steps so that I can see what's what, we're going to go 1.5. And because I use this object reference style of doing the steps, that sorts itself out. My screw hole is still where it needs to be. So now I can print this the other way around, and this will be a cleaner hole because it's printing face up. It'll be an easier print because it's a little thicker, and it'll actually be the same amount of holding, I guess. That'll probably be a little stronger. Next, this lump right here needs to be a little bit more of a lump. Yeah, deeper. Yeah, oh, sorry, I misread. Yeah, deeper groove from the resting spot. Yep, we need a better thingy for this. So let's go into the sketch. Go into the sketch here. And without disturbing everybody. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where's my cutout step? Just you wait a minute. Where's my sketch? Oh no, that's a different step. Where's my cutout? Where did you go? What are you up to? Which one is which? Should be at the end of the drawing. Where did I make my cutout? It's not back here, is it? No. I sort of made them both at the same time. They're not exactly the best design. This one is the sketch. Is it immediately? Yeah, it's immediately after the sketch. There we go. There's my lump. That's what I've been looking for. If you find a lump, call a doctor. But in this case, I just need to add it to the extrusions. Yeah. So that's even there, but then our lump is missing. So that's what the problem was. And it didn't do anything. Oh, wait, no. Hold on a minute. Just 1 second here. Why am I extruding? Should I be extruding the cutout? Join, one side, two object, one selected, okay. Huh, I guess not. But that doesn't look like our lump. Why doesn't that look like our lump? Oh, maybe it's combining some stuff. Yeah, generally this stuff gets kind of cursed when you do this. It gets a little bit cursed. I think there's still like there's still like a thing up there that gets extruded too. There it is. Yeah, what was happening is this step was making a solid, and then the next step was filling in or was cutting out the solid. So really it should look like this. And I just got to make sure that there are no weird things going on here. Yeah. So that's what it should look like. And then the step after it. So this one makes the whole solid. This one cuts it out. That's what was missing. So there we go. And one of the things that I did as per yesterday's designs was I made it so that all that excess plastic that we needed to hold the spring is no longer there. So I lifted the whole assembly up and then made the track in a moderately minimal amount of space. I mean, I could probably minimize it more, but I still need the height that we're given in order to get the spring force. So that's going to capture the ball a little bit more. It's going to preload it a little bit more because the ball isn't going to sit in its neutral position, which is what we have modeled out in the sketch, right? Well, actually, we have the neutral position modeled out in the sketch, and then we give it another millimeter. I push it up a millimeter. So that's pushed a millimeter into the spring. So there's a little bit of preloading in there because that's kind of an important thing with the, feeling like you're hitting up against a wall. You can't have the spring at its loosest. So it's a little bit preloaded, and then I've got the nub right there that's going to be holding this thing in here, but it'll be just a little bit lower than it was. Hey, TurboNad, I've lost control of my life, and so I'm still working on the shifter project. But we're going to get these solids exported, and I'm going to get those printing, and then we'll move on. We're going to work on my computer project in Fusion. So we're going to be doing more of this, but it'll be at least for a different project. And then earlier I was showing everybody, by the way, this works now. I put a bolt in the front. We widened the pusher, and then this profile that I have right here, before it was missing a little bit of the nub, which is why it felt so light, but it is able to reject the whole thing and spring back perfectly. I mean, it does really well. It's just I don't have enough of a clunk to get over, and I was wondering about that, but I guess it was a mistake. So yeah, and then also I did a bunch of exchanges with a friend of mine. I have an electric scooter and this RC car. RC car is pretty cool. Look at this thing. It's an associated TC4, so I'm hoping that I can buy some cool motor stuff for that and put it back together. But 1/10 scale RC cars are fucking expensive, man. They're so expensive. The prices are just ridiculous for the stuff. So I may stay in my 1/28 scale realm for a little while, just because it's so much cheaper, and we've got more stuff to do with that anyway. I want to design my own motor controller. again. Okay, so we're done with all this stuff. I'm gonna save, and I think this will probably be the final one. We're gonna export these, start them printing, and then we're gonna work on the computer. Because I need to spend some time creatively figuring out what exactly is going to happen with the computer. And if I get stuck again, we'll find something else to do. One thing that may occur today is that we have people working on the windows, because there was a lot of condensation between the panes of one of them, and that's literally behind my head. It's like at the back wall above ground of the shop. So either that's going to be very quiet or there's going to be a shit ton of noise, and I don't know if it'll be interruptive or not. And if it is, I'll have to postpone things, which is unfortunate. I need to open up Super Slicer. Desktop, Super Slicer. There's a new version. I haven't gotten around to it yet. Okay, there's this. Good. Build plate only. Yeah, we're good with build plate only. There shouldn't be any supports generated from this thing. Our temperature, I think, is a little bit much. Let's take it down to 260 so we don't get drooping over the hole. Dear God, that's a 484 number. This is going to be a spam call. Yeah, nothing on the receiving end. The only reason that I pick up my phone, is because there might be medical related stuff calling me, like prescription stuff. I have to do a lot of stuff with like supply lines. If you ever want to do like a high stakes supply line simulator, get diabetes, get type 1 diabetes. because retaining supplies and keeping yourself alive turns out to be quite a game of phone tag that you have to play for the rest of your life, all the way up until the rest of your life. So I get to figure out, yeah, I need a warranty for the new RC car. I anticipate that the end game of that project is going to be that I put a bunch of like modern motor stuff in it, and I try not to go too far with it. And when I do, it'll be ridiculously fast, hit something, and explode into a billion composite pieces, because the axles on that thing are made out of plastic. And then I'll put it on a shelf and I'll go, one day I'll buy metal axles for you, and that'll be it. That'll be it with that car. What I would like to do eventually with one of these cars, and I know TurboNet will perk up if I say this, either the 1/28th or the 1/10th, print out just an obscenely heavy piece of plastic that is a Satsuma body, but the Satsuma body will have magnets so that if I hit something, parts of the car fall off. I want to make like a My Summer car out of it. But that's for another day. I don't know if I'll get around to that. I think that would be a very cool project to do, though. It'd be a lot of weight on top of the RC car, and a touring car I don't think makes a good analog for the Satsuma, for the orange. Error, object outside. All right, add instance. I print these 4 at a time because there's not a lot of plastic to them, and with small parts, if you add instances, you end up distracting the print nozzle for a little while, and that leads to slightly better layers that are less melty. Because remember, PETG, we print hot and fast. What about the Mario Kart thing? We don't talk about that anymore. We don't talk about my previous goals having eroded. I want to put a 3-phase motor into the 1/24th scale car, because I'll have better lower speed control over it, and be able to pop the rear grip better. Remember the MOSFETs that we used in the Tamiya DC motor version? Those MOSFETs for some reason weren't giving us a good amount of power, even though they were supposed to. They didn't quite get us up to full power, and that was a little disheartening for me, and it kind of torpedoed the whole Mario Kart project. What I'd like to do is just, you know, in the wake of the Mario Kart project, I would like to put a 3-phase motor in there, and then have better control over the phases of the motor so that I can make the thing respond in the way that I want to. In order to get low speeds, I guess you need a powerful motor and good control over it, and I think we can still use those FETs, those really, really tiny FETs, and I can do basically the same circuit board. I'll have to add a phase to that circuit board, which may mean that I need to choose a smaller microcontroller. Damn. I need something smaller. I might have to go into weird microcontroller realm. I don't know, though. Anyway, that's sliced and diced. We need to get Octoprint back up. What are you doing? Come back here. You go there. Octopi local. Do it. Do it, coward. Okay, there we go. No, I don't want your news. Clipper. I'm gonna go turn the printer on. I didn't expect to do this, but I'm gonna do it because I want to get this thing done today. I really do. I just want to be done with this. I'm tired, boss. I just want to go home. I'm so tired. All right, so we'll get that done. Printer's on. So if I go, oh yeah, wait, my camera. Where's the camera? It's all the way over there. We don't need to have a camera on this specifically. I just want, well, yeah, we don't need to have a camera on it specifically. Never mind, you guys don't get to see the printer today. You guys don't get to see the printer. All I'll do is just reconnect the firmware, and then I'll get this back up and running. Clipper state, disconnect. But okay, ready, there we go. BL touchdown. Didn't hear a clip. Come back up, didn't hear a click. Test, didn't hear a click. Reset, didn't hear a click. Down, heard a click. Up, heard a click. Test, click, 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 reset. Okay, that's ready to go now. I have to like jog the BL touch into working again. All right, hopefully that doesn't produce a bunch of cursed solids. I think I need to reevaluate some stuff about my printer. I think it's been pushed to its limit. But okay, so that should produce what we're trying to produce for this thing. for my little lockout pusher. The positioning of it is great. You know, all the distances are perfect. So with this, I believe we can put it to bed. Yeah, you guys don't get the hot filament laying action. I could have put that in my title. That's why I did laying down some plastic. It's like almost sexual, Smithers. Let's see. All right, so that's that. I'm gonna leave this open in a window just in case I really don't like what I've done here, and I want to come back to it after the 13-minute print. But in the meantime, we're gonna work on the computer project, which is that's not here. That's here. What's a good free program to adjust the size of a project I want to get 3D printed? I mean, part of the slicer software, at least in our case, part of the slicer software, when you lay it out, you have scale factors that go into it. You have a scale that goes into it. Pretty much every slicing program has that, which in that case, you could probably request for whoever's printing your STL solid to up it by a percentage factor. You could tell them, hey, if you could up that by like 10%, do like a 110% print, they could probably do that for you. I mean, you could just throw it into like a design program and up at that too. But anyway, yeah, that's one thing you can do, because all of the slicers have scale factors on them. So you could probably work with whoever's printing in order to make that happen, I believe. Okay, boop. Back to this. What did I just minimize? I just minimized something that I don't even know what it was. This is a browser window or something. I've got 4 days. 4 days until my insulin pumps can be ordered. And I might check to see if there's like a little wiggle room in that. It means I need to call like CVS Caremark, who doesn't have an account or something with me. I don't even know. I tried to log into CVS Caremark and they're like, this account was deactivated in 2015. And I'm like, that's not what? And so I call them and they're like, oh yeah, it's fine. So I don't know what to do about that. I'm gonna have to figure it out. For some wheel center caps, and fortunate to work for a school district where the shop teacher prints the stuff for me. I mean, the slicer, it's all up to the slicing that goes on. So the shop teacher will probably have their preference for slicer. And if it's not like a rudimentary early 3D printing slicer, then they'll probably be able to, even if it is a rudimentary early 3D printing slicer, probably be able to up it by a percentage. So you could just talk to the shop teacher. I'm sure they want to teach you stuff about printing. Computer projects. I forget where they are. Possibly the computer folder. I need to reorganize all this stuff. Computer projects. Air cool upgrades. Well, that's technically game PC. Well, it's technically, both of these are technically it. Power supplies. That's technically what this is. Which one? It's not the stream PC, at least. Air cool, water cool frame. Air cool, water cool assy. That's what we're working on. Let's open this one. Let's give it a go. Now this is going to completely tank my computer for a minute because the GTX 970 is going to struggle. We shifting gears yet? We're changing the project to what's actually in the title for once. If the files open without crashing my computer, which they should. They should open without crashing my freaking computer. But I am currently printing a modification to the part. It's been wall to wall with this fucking shifter project, and I'm so happy to see it go. If I can get a proper click over on that thing, I'll be happy. Boy howdy, is this a meal for my computer, opening this project. I need to move the 1080 FTW into this computer, don't I? Probably need to do that. The old graphics card from my old computer. I'm happy I finally upgraded, but like if I didn't upgrade, I probably would have a Stream Deck right now. No, that's not true. I would have done all the work on the house that I have I am in debt. I have a lot of projects going on in this house, and they cost money. Oh my God, computer. Could you just... It hasn't opened this in a little while. Yeah, this is a 1990s constructed house, and in order to protect the investment, a lot of work has had to be done on it, so... We were like one of the last houses in this cul-de-sac to get a generator. We had so many power outages, and I actually don't think we needed to do that. I don't think we needed to get a generator at all, but I got voted out on that one. Because Pico's been doing a lot of work on the power lines around here, and we've had pretty stable power since then. You know, you guys know that I used to like get power outages all the time during streams and stuff. It was a rough time. You know, if I opened up some of the other assemblies, I bet this would have gone a little smoother, huh? One day I'll have this up here and I won't be in PowerPoint mode. Insulation upgrades. This room, when we had it built, has insulation in the walls. It didn't really do much, but hopefully it keeps some of my shouting out from the rest of the house. And then I added the purple and black foam just as decorative, non-shiny walls. They just make the walls look a little bit more interesting. They're kind of falling down, too. What I would love to do is find wooden strips that I could put in between them. So I could do a strip of wood, those things, strip of wood, those things, and maybe do like some LED projects on them. But that would require moving stuff away from the walls, and that's not happening anytime soon. I've got a 350-pound milling machine holding down one of the desks, and that's almost as much as an American weighs. So I would need an engine hoist to move it, and the engine hoist is at my brother's. Plus, I don't have room around here. We do need to actually take apart the milling machine. That's one thing. I'm just going to go back to, like, face cam. We're going to be in, like, terrible face cam while my computer decides whether or not it's crashing. I need something like animated to be on screen so that you guys can like actually track how long the pauses are in my video rendering. This is really bad. This is my computer trying to open something in Fusion 360. I'll put that like that. Oh, okay, so focusing OBS kind of sped it up a little bit. I know, so many things that I want to finish. At some point, because I need the milling machine back, we need to take apart the milling machine, and I need to scrape all the grease out, replace all the grease with good grease, and just make sure that everything is mechanically tuned properly. And there are things to follow for rebuilding that milling machine, taking it apart piece by piece. I need to do it. So at some point, we have to pretty much retool the entire stream from electronics to mechanics. That'll be a whole retool. I want to get a little bit of work done on Burn the Subs. I want Burn the Subs to be in like a software place so that when I'm done, when I'm working on purely mechanical things, I can go over to software things and try to figure stuff out there. Keep a good balance of the types of projects that we're working on. I'm like a variety streamer, but for projects, which is tough. That's actually kind of tough. As an engineer, you're expected to be a jack-off of all trades, is what I hear. And I got the jack-off part pretty much down pat. I'm a jag-off. I'm a real son of a bitch. So that works out. But of all trades, I'm still working on. The mechanical stuff I'm okay with. The electrical stuff I'm okay with. Chemical stuff I'm not. But we'll try to ingest enough chemicals to really make it matter. Yeah, we'll get there. The diabetes stuff is going to take the number one precedent. Number one slot. Burn the Subs a little bit below that, and then the milling machine a little bit below that. So we'll retool here, but I mean, it really feels like I'm sort of avoiding this thing lately. I'm sort of avoiding this thing lately. It feels like that. We got to put our ducks back in a row. We're going to work on diabetes stuff soon, though, and Burn the Subs is going to come back up, and then we'll do the milling machine, I think. All that stuff's going to go like crazy. This is not going to have space or time or the inclination to work on all that. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, right? Yeah, I have a lot of ducks, and they just don't cooperate. A lot of cats to herd. I'm gonna make sure that my 3D printer is actually printing something here. I'll move the camera over so you guys can see. Oh, looks like that camera hasn't been calibrated yet. No calibration on this one. It is printing nothing. Great. Cancel the print. Cancel the print. Do the maintenance on the printer. I need to get stuff out of the way of the nozzle. I think there's plastic blocking it right now from a failed print earlier. Cancel the print. Yes, cancel the print. That definitely doesn't look like it's 50% through print. Rest assured. What a waste of plastic. When I was in university a billion years ago, 3D printing was still in its kind of fledgling stages, but there were a couple products that existed in the world, and we had a couple 3D printers in the window of one of the labs, one of the computer labs. And so every day when I was going to my control systems torture math class, I would pass by that lab. And so you got to see the sorry state of 3D printers at the time. Part of the influence on my opinion of 3D printing is the stuff that I saw in the window of that lab was scary. So you guys know the scene in Alien 4. No, whichever the one the Joss Whedon Alien was, where they find the lab with all the genetics, the failed genetic experiments of Ripley's. Spoilers for an extremely old movie, but they were all horrifying, right? And they were like, kill me! Well, that's basically what it was like walking by this lab in terms of 3D printing and the plastic that was being laid down. It was a scene. Ah! These are my old wire cutters that I used to clean the plastic away from the copper nozzle. But yeah, it was a pretty horrifying scene. You'd see prints that were like a big bird's nest of plastic that some student had started and then walked away from like 12 hours ago. It was a pretty horrifying sight. 3D printing has come a ways from then. It's a little bit different now. We got better stuff and better software to run it and stuff. So things work a little better than back then. Whew, that's a lot of It wasn't plastic, it was cornstarch. Do you know what corner I'm talking about? We're on the other side of that computer lab. I think maybe it wasn't the computer lab, but it was like right at the what do you call it? Like the old Drexel building with the center opening to the whole place. Because the old Drexel building, like the oldest one, it's like a big square, right? And so at some point there was like a shaft for light to get in. No, this wasn't in the basement. This was adjacent to the computer lab, I believe. No, the basement of that building was all the power labs, where all the cool stuff was that I wanted to play with. Hey, look, it finally opened. Where's my video monitor window? My 3D model opened. Oh boy. Look at that. Yeah. There it is. We got to design solids around this thing. I got to decide whether or not I want to drop that down a little bit to make the burden of plastic a little bit less. There was also the concrete lab in the base. I never saw the concrete lab. Yeah, I was up there with the EEs at the top of the building. Not you lowly mechanical engineers that they stuffed down in the basement. Oh, mechanical engineering? Yeah, just get underground. We don't want to see you anymore, man. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I might need to alter some stuff on this. I might want to do the angle a little bit further out so that these sit a bit more flat. They won't look as engine-like, as V6-like as I want them. Before that, I need to restart the 3D print. Beep. Nope, that was it. That was the window. Print it again. Same settings, same position, same everything. So that'll take a whopping 16 to 20 minutes. Yeah. Start taking vitamin. That's what they should tell you when you go into engineering. Start taking vitamin D. Just Trust us on this one, man. You're gonna want a little bit of vitamin D. I don't know if I alter the position of this thing again. I mean, we went through a whole stream of doing that. It will make it a little flatter. It'll utilize more of the space. I don't know about covering this stuff. See, the look of this currently, artistically, the look of this thing is the silver rail with the dark red plastic printed parts. And I could show the thing over on the other desk. Right now, what I have set up is very similar to this, but without the water coolers on it. And then I've got two giant, like, cables coming out of this side that go to the power supply and the AIO cooler that I bought as an emergency thing. So if I can design the plastics for this thing, I would like to put them up here, and then we can design some of the plastic that's going to hold the power supply together as well. But I want to give it a particular look. Like, I mean, you can see that I'm going for kind of a V6 thing because, primarily because I had this stuff lying around, right? I had this stuff for a previous computer build that I was going to do that laid these flat on the two sides of the computer. I don't want it to expand in that dimension. I would rather do something weird like this and make it a little bit more vertical because it's going to lay flat anyway. If I make it taller and I make it unable to sit on its side, that may be detrimental to my usage of it. And I could have them straight up and down. I could have these things straight up and down on either end. I don't think that would look as engine-like, so I gave them a little bit of a tilt. I think I want to give them less of a tilt. I think I want to give them less of a tilt so I don't have to design as much plastic. I was going to put the Maker Beam rails up at this stuff, and it seems like that's harder to do than I had originally imagined. Because if I just do two straight rails going straight up and over, it doesn't look as much like a V6. Let me pull up a little bit of inspiration. A little inspiration window here. So images, Google. Nope, you're just slashing it. Well, that's fine. I got the generic images that I was looking for. This is the picture that I was sort of referencing when I was looking at kind of like, yeah, what does a V6 block kind of look like? And we've got a lot of like baffles and stuff for equipment to go on the front because that's obviously where the crank is and the water pump and the blah, 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 blah. All the stuff that runs a V6, right? Well, this is a stock image. It seems to include stuff like that. I was wondering if I wanted to do like a print that would attach to it and have the grating in front so we can kind of like call upon the look of this. So it would be like these, and it would hold the hexagonal mesh inside of it, and that would be sort of what looks like a V6 in the front. I gotta think about that. But if I want to do that, I would like to also lower the angle of this. I still want to have an opening all the way over here, though. I want to have a piece that sits flat on this. I don't want these to go out and hit the edge, and I don't think they will. So I think if I lower this a little bit, let's lower it and then see where we're at with it. It's like these decisions I go forward and backwards on all the time. Fitting all these tubes down here is also going to be a bit of a challenge. I don't know if I'll need to like alter or reinvent those tubes. But we'll worry about that. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. So what there is here are, and I'm trying to do things properly in this drawing, but it's getting a little complicated. This is an assembly, the fans and the radiator. The frame is its own assembly as well, and then all the solids that fit in the frame are their own things. And I put screws on them just so that we get an approximation of what this thing looks like. I'm not doing the hex grid. I'm not putting the hex mesh on this. You saw how long it took to open this file. I don't need to have it in the drawing, but I also had to build my own water block 3D model for the EKWB Radeon, AMD Ryzen 6900 XT, whatever water block. I had to build my own of that, and then I had to alter an EK water block in order to do this. And then I had to model the fittings and make sure that they clearanced all the stuff. So one of the things that I'm doing here is if I lower this angle a little bit, these will fan out a little wider, and they might avoid these fittings a little better, I hope. But the look of the computer is going to be the following. Well, the look of the water cooling stuff. I have an idea. This moderately to very expensive reservoir that EKWB makes, nice and small, but the reason I chose it is because it looks like a carburetor. And I found a clear catch can. I don't know who in automotives is making a clear catch can, but man, this is like a disaster. Like, man, you don't want to see what you... Ugh. It's K Motor, if you're wondering. I guess I got to remove the branding on that. And then I got to find an elbow that doesn't have branding. But all the fittings I want on this thing are going to be black chrome and then the brass. So black chrome and black chrome and brass, and then the clear acrylic wherever the water may be. I'm going to use... I am going to use... What am I going to use? Use black silicone tubing too to give it more of an automotive feel. So that's the idea for that. I haven't modeled the catch can at all. I don't need to. The catch can, by the way, the only reason this is here is because I want this to be filled with water completely. The reason I want it filled with water completely is because if this pump turns on and actually tries to move a lot of water and there's air in here, it will make a vortex and suck air into the rest of the system. So I need to have an expansion tank because you can't just fill the water cooling thing 100% with water for the same reason that the pressure washer has exploded and doesn't work anymore. I believe it doesn't work anymore. It might still work, but I'm not willing to take a risk on it. The pressure washer was in a garage for like 6 years with water in it, and water expands when it freezes. So I guess I should have done a freeze test on that storage unit. I'm pretty sure it got to freezing temperatures. Let's be honest. I could have taken a water bottle and frozen it on its side with a level of water in it, and then put it in the storage unit facing vertical. That wouldn't work. I can't. How do I get it there still frozen? Damn it. How does that work? Fill a water bottle 100% with water and see if it explodes. I guess that would be the only... No, but those water bottles expand. No, that's what you do with your freezer. You take an empty water bottle, fill it halfway with water, put it on its side, and then you put that vertically in the freezer, and then if that melts down, then you replace the food. But yeah, how do you do that with... How do I do that with a storage area? How do I do that with a storage area? I don't know. All right, anyway, yeah. So pull that thing into here. Okay, that's the flow indicator. You can worry about that one later. Those are fittings. That right there is the reservoir. There's the two. So there's one of the radiators, and then I mirror image it. And then this comes in, and then I position this. So let's move this to the lowest point, and then we can figure out what that height is. We got to work backwards in time. So if we move this component down. Okay, that's not the whole thing. You son of a bitch. Oops, I gotta find the step again. It's right here. Go to this step. And then this thing, right click, move copy. Now we got the whole thing. So I don't know. Move it down like... I don't have the other fitting in here to see what the... See, right now, it's even with this. So we can move it down 10, and then if we move it down more, we're kind of violating the airspace. Let's try 15. That 15 is going to have a huge effect on the position of everything else. But we do have plenty of clearance for those fittings, which is what we're after. There are wires that come out of the back of this thing, so I'll have to make sure that the wires are out of the way. I think we've got room for them. Yeah, I don't think I should move it down any more than this, though. The wire that comes out of the PCIe slot is going to be very annoyed with my layout. Unless I move the tubes from these to the other side, which I'm liable to do because that'll open up that area a little bit. And I could actually tilt these so that their tubes come out over top of this. Because the top of this, according to me, is completely useless. It's not doing a goddamn thing. It's just a clear acrylic slab. So if I could put tubes on top of it, I'm not going to be too broken up about it. What's up, Marcus? So yeah, let's move the rads down. This is the tilt step for the radiator. So I need to delete this. Goodbye. And now all hell breaks loose. That may have not been the tilt step. Uh-oh. Please. Please. Don't hurt me, please. Ah! Okay, so back to here. It's going to roll our timeline back. And, oh, I don't even get a reference to where that reservoir is. Great. Just great. So I got to do this by reckoning. I got to Control Z. Or no, I don't have to Control Z. Well, I could have. All right, let's see. I need to figure out where I'm moving this thing in X and Y. So what I'm going to do is inspect here. And then we need to take the bottom edge of this, because I figure there will be one singular piece of plastic from, and actually, okay, so I took the wrong first edge. So I want to go from the leading edge of this right here. I want to put that just outside of the leading edge of the bottom of this thing. And then we have one piece of plastic with a tilt in it that'll be able to hold the two things together, right? So I now need to unview this part, which is all the way up here. Go. We need to go to this line right there. And I would like to, okay, no XYZ. I see how it is. I see how it is. That doesn't give me any goddamn information. You son of a bitch. You've betrayed me for the last time. We need to choose 2 points. So I need to pull this thing back into view, hit escape. All these little Fusion 360 things. How do I tell the software what I want? We'll go from this corner right there. Did you even select anything? You little bastard. There's that. And then you go away. No. You. And then I'm going to... which one? Sure to want this one. XYZ Delta. Okay, so we are moving upwards 41, 20 and a half. 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 Okay, so we go down to this step. This step. And then I'm going to move this assembly . 41. 20.5. And it's probably 21. We don't want those two to intersect exactly. We want there to be a little bit of space on that. So I should probably go ahead and move it out just a little bit. Now, the Y is fine. It's the X that I want a little bit more space. That seems really high up, doesn't it? Move it 1 millimeter, not 10. Let's go 2 millimeters outside of where it was. And then I'm going to finish that and see where we are. Make sure I didn't make any big mistakes. This is the last big mistake you'll ever make. Where's my stuff? There it is. Yeah, we're still contacting. We should probably go over a millimeter. We'll give it another millimeter. I mean, when we tilt it, this will also clearance, but I don't want to rely on that. So let's move it over just a little bit. It's going to go 10. 5. Okay, it's getting a little bit more conservative. 2 millimeter more. Okay, so 2 more millimeter. Finish. That's not very flat, is it? I mean, that's not really going to be that flat. I give it a little bit more room than that. I can move it out a little bit, but I don't want these to be contacting one another. I don't want them to be even close, because I don't know what kind of weird stuff I'm gonna have to do in order to maneuver this stuff around. I mean, I could probably move it down like 5 millimeters and still be in a good place. I've got all the fittings that I, needed to measure out all this stuff, but I still don't know if, like when I put this thing on standoffs, if it's going to be at just the right height, or the difference between the CAD realm and real life is totally different. And if we really wanted to see stuff like look like this, we could just play Power Washing Simulator. I was talking to St. Wiggly about Power Washing Simulator. It's funny that you do all that work in Power Washing Simulator in order to make models that look like they came out of this software. I could use the smaller motor. And that would allow me to lower this thing down a bit more. But I don't know if I really want to use I kind of want the big motor on the gaming PC. I kind of want the water circulation power that the larger motor brings to the... what are the two types? It's... What is the difference between them? What do they say out there on the internet? How far are we through the print? 80%. We need to check on the print. Okay, it's looking good. That looks pretty good, right? That's better than all the other prints that I've done lately. Just because I have everything sitting on the bed properly, I guess. Cool. All right, so... Boop. Quite a different... D5 and DDC. That's right. D5... DDC differences. EK has a whole article on it, and I don't know how much I trust them, but generally they have pretty decent information on them. Okay, you don't need to say you're naughty. D5 and DDC. D5 can offer bigger flow rates at a lower pressure, while DDC is higher pressure but lower flow rates. Also, important to know the small DDC pumps can be a bit noisier than the D5 models. DDC, being more compact, can also run a bit hot. That's why additional pump heat sinks are available on the market. I actually have this set up right here. Available on the market. Heat sinks are not necessary, but it's something that could reduce wear and prolong the life of the pump. Flow versus pressure, huh? What are you saying over here? Flow versus pressure, while both are important, suppose when you got a loop with a lot of resistance, you might want higher pressure. Well, this is my loop. So my loop is an 80 millimeter reservoir that's going to be 100% full with an expansion tank attached to it. Two 80 millimeter reservoirs with 3 fans each. I actually have a 2-fan 80 millimeter reservoir. If push comes to shove, I could push the reservoir forward and do another radiator on the back of this thing. I'm not going to do that. I think the 6 fans are going to be loud enough as is. The 6 fans might be loud enough that I could probably go to the smaller pump and not really notice it, to be honest. I don't know if I have the hookup to put the smaller pump on this thing. I want to look at this so that I'm getting all my ducks in a row. But anyway, the water loop is this guy to the 2 radiators. I have 6900 XT. I have a 5950X in the loop, and then I have my 750 watt power supply with 2 of these little $11 Amazon Jimmy Johns on them. Jimmy Johns. These little $11 aluminum heat sinks, or aluminum water blocks that I'm going to be running in parallel, because I guess slower flow over the power supply. But space fighter ship vibes? No. This is a V6 motor. V6 motor. Once we tilt these, once we get tilted enough, it'll look a little bit more V6-y. Yeah, I guess the flow rate will... But then again, in a water cooling setup, like everything kind of reaches the same place in terms... Did I move something by clicking on it? Wait a minute. Yeah, I did. I must have clicked on something and moved it. It is very compact, but it's open air. These frames that I've designed, and I don't have a camera on the other computer. I don't think I could show that computer without showing the kind of... Yeah, everybody's going to be like, you live like this? If I show the other computer. Is that how you live? Ugh. I'll just take a picture on my phone. Hold on. Okay. Oh god, it's sound on. It makes a clicking noise and I take a picture. Ew. I turned alerts on because I wanted to make sure that I heard any phone calls in case it was medical stuff. This is what the computer looks like right now. So those panels are holding up hex grids. It's just like a car grill mesh. Those are the power supplies over there. And then right now, I've got a 750 watt power supply and an AIO cooler that are just running as like life support into the machine. So the 750 watt power supply, it's good. I just have to design the new one that'll power everything in the future. That's going to be a lot of work getting this thing right, and then getting all these modules held down with springs, because I bought new modules. I found out that people sell them on eBay for a lot cheaper than from the OEM supplier. So I was able to source these modules at like, $100 and something a piece. No, less than 100 a piece. Less than 100. I was paying like 200 something for them originally when I designed it. Anyway, what are the modules? They're from Vicor Power, and what they do is they convert power. They convert power very, very efficiently, and they allow an electrical engineer to not have to become an expert in power supply design. You can follow their white papers, and you can design around these modules to get the parameters that you need from the output. They're very popular with like research equipment and lasers and military equipment. And the reason that I know about this company is because when I was working on reverse engineering IEDs, one of their modules ended up on my desk, and they were like, what the hell is this? And I'm like, this is way more advanced than anything that I've ever seen. And so I looked it up and found out about this company. And I was like, that's cool. You can make a lot of voltage, I guess. Then I built a compact PC that had an 18-volt power supply that wasn't up to snuff. And I'm like, 18 volts at like 2 amps isn't enough to power my computer. I wonder what I can do about that. And so I came up with this scheme where I use a car adapter power supply that's 160 watts that will power the whole motherboard. The motherboard's happy with 160 watts. So that gets that. 12 volts goes to the CPU connector. 12 volts goes to the graphics card. 12 volts goes to the car adapter. So I just need a ton of 12 volts. So what I did is I have a different version of this power supply that is actually 250 watts. Each of these are 25 watts. Or sorry, each of these are 250 watts. I have a 500 watt version of the power supply that's air cooled, that's been powering my previous computer for a decade. It's been doing great. I think Vicor has different technology now. They have like flat pack and stuff like that. I've tried to configure a power supply with the new stuff. I think they pivoted to other types of power supply design. So I don't really have the ability to make just a butt ton of 12 volts out of nowhere. So I went to the modules that I used before, and if we put 3 of them on this thing, I get 750 watts, which is 50 watts below the recommended power supply for a 5950X 6900 XT build. However, some places say 750 is okay. I have a 750 watt power supply on it right now, and it works. How efficient are they? Like, I don't know. What's the theoretical limit of efficiency? Because they're getting close to that. I don't. We've figured it out previously. You'd have to. You got to Google it, man. But basically, what happens is with these modules, I have 120 volts coming in, and that gets converted to 300 volts DC. And that 300 volts DC gets distributed to the 3 modules, which are talking to one another digitally, and they figure out how to divvy up the amount of power that they need to distribute. Now, there may need to be a power supply, like capacitor brick. I have room for that over here if I need it. I don't want to have to use it, but if I have to space out these power supplies a bit to fit all the mounting hardware, then I'll probably have to put a big capacitor brick all the way over here. And then on the output, I think I need to have more than a couple capacitors on that 12 volt line, because there are transient spikes of high current usage required for the Ryzen and 5950X. Now, you can disable the boost functions, which I have. They're running great on my 750 watt. I haven't exactly run Cyberpunk on it yet, though. I don't know. Snow Truckers is going to be the one. Hold on, I gotta move this window so I can read your comments. I retooled the setup a little bit, so I'm not looking at my feet when I'm working on stuff. SnowRunner, yeah. I figured out how to get SnowRunner working, and I actually added Gonad for that one. That was before all the RC Car Talk in the stream project section. But I figured out how to rename the force feedback wheel to be a Logitech G29, so it'll hopefully work. I need time to test that, though. I'm hoping we'll be able to do that on Saturday. That's why we're working on the shifter in parallel to this. The only winning factor is the compactness for the kind of PSU. Are they superior to off-the-shelf PSU? Well, okay, so when I built this in 2009, I think 2009 is when I did the original version of this. The PCB of the power supply that I built, oh, it's right here. This thing is 2013. And so back then, there weren't super compact, super powerful power supplies out there. This is 750 watts, and I'm fitting it in the square inch of, like, 2 by 3 by 2 or something, right? I'm fitting a high wattage 12 volt power supply in a very small area. Now, I don't know if that's probably pretty achievable nowadays, depending on the hardware that you want to throw into the project. These modules allow me to not have to worry about some of the finer points of making a high efficiency digital power supply, right? In addition to that, at the time, they were probably the most compact thing. And they're like potted and sealed, and they've got a lot of really nice hardware in them. So they've got a bit of longevity. They're not cheap, but you're not going for the lowest bidder at that point. You're going for the capabilities. So yeah, it's gonna be a bit of design. I already know what the schematic and the circuit layout and the parts are. I need to space these out a little bit more and figure out the connectors a little bit better. But other than that, as a placeholder, this thing is fine. We still will have the 2 aluminum pieces at the bottom to cool it. My first water-cooled power supply. I don't know, just because, like, how could you not? I could design this whole space to have fans and radiators on it. I mean, the radiator that we bought for the Redux of this power supply was pretty damn good. We machined it and got all the holes in it and everything, and I was running it on Noctua fans for the little 40 millimeter Noctua fans, and that's, you saw kind of in the photo there. That worked fine for my previous hardware. It's a very quiet setup, but things come and go. We're gonna retool this. The only thing I hate is that there's this giant lump in the middle of the case where everything needs to be. Everything is interfering in the middle of this case, and I can't get around that. I mean, I guess maybe I could, like, lift the graphics card up and put the fittings underneath. I guess I could do that. That's a possibility. Think about that a little bit. Hold on. If I lift it, well, it would still be the same height. It would still be in the same, it would be in the way still. It would be kind of neat to put the graphics card up a little bit, but I don't know. We're already conserving space pretty well here. I have a 3M cable that does PCIe 3. I need to source the PCIe 4 one. DigiKey does not carry it in stock. And I've seen on forums people doing group buys of them from 3M. I don't think 3M is willing to let go of a sample. So I don't know how I'm going to be able to source one of these PCIe 4 cables from 3M. They make a serious cable. Like, we're not talking about the riffraff that all the tech streamers, all the tech YouTubers review. This is like a serious one. This is like a good one. So what's with the USB-C connector? I mean, this is like the latest generation, and it has one. I'm using it right now, actually, for my extended monitor. It works. USB-C can also take DVI, so I don't know. Works for me. All right, so we've determined that we want the big pump. We want big pump because it'll get water through the system, through all these components. quickly and if it needs to with expedience in order to cool everything off. I mean, we've got a lot of surface area on the radiators. We've got restricted, well, I fanned it out on this, but our fittings aren't as big as they could be. So we're probably going to rely on higher pressure in order to get water throughout everything at the same, you know, at an effective rate. PV equals nRT. So pressure volume is equal to pressure volume. And we've reduced the volume. So we need to up the pressure in order to create the same nRT. I don't remember what nRT is. I wanted a bit of a flatter angle from these, and I'm not going to get it with this pump. But I think we can move the reservoir down like, let's do 5 millimeters. Let's move it down 5 millimeters. So we go to the step where I lock it down, double click that, then I can move the thing that's, so in these steps, it brings you to a limited menu, and the thing that's highlighted are things that have moved in that step. So if you have a piece that moves, like if I move one of these radiators right now, and I move the radiator in the original step, it'll just go to wherever I moved it later in the timeline. So you gotta be careful about that. I haven't seen any Type-C on 30. I don't know, AMD decided to do it, man. They're smarter than us. Trust them. That's my philosophy on those kinds of things. They know what they're doing generally. Would 10 have been acceptable? Wait a minute. Oh yeah, we don't have the fittings in there yet. No, 5 is probably good. Let's see what it looks like. So when I hit OK, it'll advance the timeline. And then we get all of our fittings in here. Yeah, that's as far as I'm willing to push it. That's as far as I'm willing to push it. That's close to interfering. And that was 5, so we can go back to the other step. The only reason we have to do this in a weird way is because the radiators went in first. They're in the wrong order. Move. -5. Okay. Done. Everything updates. I have a separate step for tilting them that I need to do. The tilt step, when you rotate stuff in Fusion, it kind of messes things up. So that's as low as I'm willing to go. Let's move them out by maybe 2 more millimeters. I want a little bit of clearance on that. Moving them out's not going to have too many repercussions, I don't think. Back to this step, let it load. Go to this. Actually, better to right-click on the assembly, because then you get the whole assembly. Not 10. 2. 4? 4. We'll go 4. Let's go. We'll go for broke. Yeah, so like this build exists right now, and I know that the amount of power is going to power it properly, but when we look at the specs for the power supply, my body fills with fear, and I have a fight or flight response, because the various voltages, if you calculate them on the power supply, it is a 750 watt power supply. So there's 750 watts of 12 volts. There's 750 watts of 5 volts. There's that's not how we work. We have a total of 750 watts of just 12 volts, and that gets divvied out to all of the various other voltages. So there's possibly some problems with this, which would clock me somewhere between probably 600 and 750. So I don't know what to do. I don't know if this will be okay. I'm not going to do a 4 module setup because according to, let's go power supply nerd for a moment here. According to the packaging, let me bring this stuff over. Hold on. Bringing it over. According to the label on the tin, each of these is 250 watts. And this little guy right here, 300 volts, 1000/1500 out, 115 to 230 in. So technically, I mean, if I wanted to hook this up to the dryer power supply or an international power supply, I could get 1500 watts out of this thing, right? But if I hook it up to 115 volts, it's saying that I can get 1,000 watts out of this thing, right? So I could do one more module. Now, that would wreak havoc on the setup here. I don't know if I'd need to, like, I don't know, put that there somehow. And the other module goes here. This gets its own block. It sits all the way over here. We run hard lines for everything. It'd be a little ridiculous. I'd probably need to buy different, because like that's one challenge that we have here. I'm probably gonna have to make something that goes over the edge and pushes this thing down with a spring, because I want to have these pushing against these with springs. I want to make sure that the contact is always the same amount of pressure. And then I'll have holes in the PCB that goes on top of this, big holes in the PCB, so I can screw and unscrew the springed hardware I get sprung. So yeah, this supposedly on the tin says that it will handle 1,000 watts. However, in the documentation for this thing, it says that it'll only reach 1,000 watts if it gets 240 volts. But this says directly contradictory. This is directly contradictory. So possibly I could get 1,000 watts out of this thing. And you can see the size. Here's the real world example. And you can go, my God, it's a lot. It looks so much larger in CAD. Because in CAD, things are like up in your face. You're like, yes, I see. But like IRL, these are small. These are very compact little bastards. So I don't know if I can get 1,000 watts out of this thing. And if I can get 1,000 watts out of this thing, these things can be pushed a little bit, which would mean that we're probably in the clear. I don't want to have to make 1,000 watt, 250 volt or 12 volt power supply. That's insane. That's insane. It would be cool. I think this will be fine. I think this will be fine. It's just my trepidation revolves around the fact that 750 watts is like 5 and 12 volts, like all the other, but we have 750 watts for everyone, so we're less than 750. A lot of power supplies are complicated, right? Anyway, let's do the tilt on these things. So doing the tilt on these things involves an extra step, which I need to roll the timeline back in order to do. So blah, 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 back to here. Everything goes away. Remember what we're doing in AutoCAD and not AutoCAD, in Fusion 360. I can't speak for the other AutoCADs. In Fusion 360, what we're doing here is building up an algorithm that describes our project. And in doing that, we create solids that I can then print on the printer, right? So we build up an algorithm. We build up a set of steps that can be gone through using the rudimentary tools that they give us in order to create the object that we were trying to create. And then the reason that I like Fusion 360 over everything else is because of this, the visual aspect of everything, being able to give an appearance of the actual materials to the materials. I think that's a very important thing. All right, so interestingly, I don't need room for fittings. And if I wanted to make the carburetor, aka the reservoir, even with this top piece, we could try that in order to make this more compact. That might be one thing that we have to do. But let's just try this for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this, boop, and we're going to go to rotate, and then I'm going to give it an axis, and the axis is going to be what we measured from. And then we're going to move it down until it's almost even with this right here. We could poke in a little bit, because if we poke in a little bit, that means that I can make a panel that goes right up to this, to there, and just kind of, there'll be like a minor gap there, and maybe we can try to like get that close enough, and then I can fill a grating panel right here. So we can go even a little bit further down than that. But 30 is a pretty good even number. Any further down and we risk hitting up against hardware, especially the fittings right here. Yeah, so let's take it to 30 and see what we get. And then I'll lock in the position in this step, and if we need to... See, you can't change the rotation from this. It's really obnoxious, so you can delete the step and then do it again. Like the parameterized, yeah, the parametric approach. Yep, and if you do it properly and if you really think about what you're doing, you can have it so that you can tweak and tune your designs. You can tweak and tune your designs and they'll not break stuff later down the line. Everything, like if you say, okay, that's there, so I need to measure off of that this distance, and then I need to put this distance here and this hole based on that distance, then if that earlier distance changes and you change it, it's fine. Everything is still based off of what you measured. So it's a cool approach. It really helps. I don't like how close that is. I think that is too close. Too close, you say. Too close, too close. If I give more room to the side ports, I just want them to clearance properly, and I think they do. I think they do. See, having it flatter makes it a little less daunting for the amount of plastic that I want to print. So that's why I'm like considering whether or not I want them. Well, if they're even with the, yeah, that's not going to work. I think this is as flat as it can realistically get before it starts looking weird. But the problem being right here. So I guess I'm going to move them out a little bit more. And here's the problem. This step rotated the solids. If I go to this step before they rotate, right, and I modify it, and I move this 5 millimeters to the right. Of course, it goes for 10. Go 10. 5. That was 15. I just do this so I know what axis I'm moving. The axes sometimes switch up on you. I don't know why it does that. And then I finish the position. What it's going to do is it's going to do the rotate step again, right? But when I did the rotate step, it redefined the positioning of that part. So nothing changed. Because in that step, it went back to where it was. So we know 30 degrees, so we can remember that number. I have to delete this step. It's not really an error. It's just kind of how this program works. It's just an unfortunate thing that we got to deal with. We just need to work within it. I did kind of want this thing to stick up pretty far. I would have had these stick into the case a little bit more if I could do that. But these fittings are getting right in the way, so it's unfortunate because like this looks like a carburetor. I guess that gives me room for this reservoir here. So this is a catch can that I'm just going to be running as an expansion tank. There's a little valve in the front too. Okay. All right. So let's go to rewind time back to here, and then move this. And we'll move it by rotating. The axis again is right here. Should it be there? Should it be there or there? I mean, I kind of wanted to have these be the leading edge of the two things so that I don't have to have like a divot and then it go at an angle and have the holes in it. I mean, God, if I'm 3D printing this thing, I'd really like to have glossy surfaces on some parts. So I don't know if I need to make multiple different plastic parts that screw into one another, which would make it look cooler. You know, these screws are they're a design choice. They're not a functional choice. Those are a design choice. So, oh yeah, how's your AC holding up, Groove? We have window people coming in to look at one of our windows to make sure that this fortress of colditude is maintained. I got UV coatings on all the windows to make sure. That was like more than $1,000 to have somebody come out and put UV coatings on all the windows. But I'll tell you something, it pays dividends. The energy savings are going to be enormous, just because, like, and also I've been getting better sleep now with UV coatings on the windows because I sleep in a sunroom practically. I have too many windows in my room, and it just melts, it bakes you. I was ready to put tin foil in the windows, to be honest. I don't like the amount of room that creates up here. But I guess it's good if I ever want to hook something up to these. I guess. Does UV or infrared heat up the room? Well, they both have an effect. If you get near the window, you can feel how hot it is. The temperature goes up. I mean, I have a feeling both of them have a very large effect on the room. They're not tinted, but they do have a bit of a tint to them. AC's keeping up pretty well. I'm impressed. Went out to do some grocery shopping. Was worried my milk would spoil from the walk to the car. You're like, I didn't buy a carton of cottage cheese. What is this? What is this crap? I don't remember buying cottage cheese. Really? South Carolina, 95 degrees is nothing on this? So the debate is whether or not I make the entire top piece out of plastic. Now I want to maintain the look, right? The back panels are going to remain solid. I could do like a mesh for this. I almost feel like I should do a bit more of a mesh for the back panel for the graphics card here because it's such a plain panel. I mean, I can also do the branding too. I would like to put Radeon, and then I could possibly put like an AMD logo on this one using the same methods as before and the same plastic, if I can get the space plastic to work, because that looks really good on the final thing, and it's subtle. The branding is all the way in the back. But I kind of want to use the mesh panel method for these. Yeah, because those poke in slightly. If I do, so I'll do mesh panels here, and those will be just like these. So those, it's gonna take a lot of screws. These things will stick up without anything on them. I want them to look more industrial. So I want the fan housing. I want the Noctua brown and red. And then I can put a panel on the outside of the fans that will hold a mesh over the outside of the fans just to prevent your finger poking. Let's do the outside of the fan mesh. We could do that right now. That's an easy one to do. We need to open up a couple files in order to get to it. And what I'd like to do is make it part of the assembly. So I believe air-cooled upgrades, rad assembly. So we'll do the outside plastic to that on here, or we could just do it based on measurement. But I think it's, because the radiator is influencing the spacing between the fans, I think it's better if we design it on this part. Some UV stops at the glass and heats it up, while some of the rest of the UV goes through along with the IR. I don't know, man. Either way, it's demonstrable, the difference. Is this actually opening the file? Did I click on it properly? No. The difference in heat in the rooms is very apparent. It's incredibly clear that there's a huge difference in the amount of heat. So you can Google whatever you want to try to prove me wrong, like Chad always does, or just trust me on it. That I can definitely report that there is a difference in heat. Now these are going to have to screw in from the other side, so that's going to be kind of difficult to do. They're held on right now. Let me get one of the radiators just so we have an example. Just so that we have an example in front of us. See, I have a lot of the physical parts for this build already. I need to unbury it. Unbury it from the pile. Because, yeah, I can tell you right now that I slept really well last night. I wasn't woken up by the heat of the morning. So, there's a definite thing. Something's going on. I'm not big into tinted car windows. They can look cool sometimes. I guess if you're in a hot area, I bet car tinting the windows is good, but you were up way too long. Ah, jeez. I added you a couple times. You didn't respond, so I figured you died. He finally bit the big one. Bit the big weenie in the sky. Like, yep, he's dead permanently. All right, so what I have on here right now are countersunk screws, which have a very low profile on top. I don't know why I use countersunk screws, but I was talking about Turbo Nad, but I guess they'll both just die. Ugh. Anyway, sorry, I'm a little morose. Anyway, these guys right here, yeah, let's build a top piece for them. So we're going to use the same design principles as before. So I'm going to have to go into one of the other drawings and lay it out. So what I want to have is a countersunk screw go up through here, through the bottom layer, and then through a top layer. I want the mesh to be suspended above this thing. I don't want it to be squished against that. Because if I squish it against that, I don't really trust... Well, I mean, like, there's a couple factors going into that, right? Like, if I give it like a millimeter, I think... I don't want this to be able to be poked in. It looks like it won't be able to be poked in. So, I mean, if I squish it against there, or do I want to have it above a little bit? Squished or above? Squished or above? Squished or above? Oh, let's try out this thing briefly while we think about... Let's think about this, and let's try out the piece that I just printed. The piece that I just printed. 1, 2, oh yeah, it's nice and cool, so things just kind of like fall off of the printer. If I put this printer at like a 45-degree angle, it would just drop prints. Or I could have printer at a 45-degree angle and then put a fan on the other side, and it would probably be able to just scoot the print off of the thing. PETG is really good at letting go. They act like air raid sirens if you put stuff near the blade. Yeah, that's true. They're not going to be running very hard. Actually, they might be. So if I give them a little bit of room, then the suction side will have more surface area to work on and possibly create less noise. I don't think they're going to make a lot of noise directly against these, though. Shut up, Copper. Stop talking like you don't know anything. I think earlier I said he didn't know anything. Anyway, you're fine. Don't worry about it. But you're also right. Yeah, it'll just have more to draw upon. All right, hold on. I gotta do this. I have to work the surface a little bit because there's little crumblies on the edge. There's an incident on this too. That's not as smooth as it could be. So I gotta put a blade up against it, smoothing it out. Mounting is important. Yeah, just screws. This is for a grating that goes on top of this thing. The bottom piece here, probably also gonna get just screws. Listen, Noctua fans are not that hard on whatever they're operating with. So I don't really think there's going to be a whole lot of noise or vibration from them. They're generally very, very gentle fans. They're very gentle fans. They don't really do much. They move air nicely, and they look good. Well, they don't. They're actually kind of hideous. Hideous fans that are pretty quiet. I'm seeing if I can work with this. This is like all kinds of print errors going on here. And I tried to make sure that this thing was able to retract properly, but it's still creating a lot of like boogers that it's dragging around my prints. I don't know how to get around that. I think I need to just play with the retract settings and really lock them in. All right, so we're looking at this thing. Let's get the knife out of the way so I don't poke myself. And then where's my hex wrench? That's on the other desk. I gotta go grab it. And then pop out. That ding. I gotta get my wrench. Where is my wrench? Where'd it go? There it be? Oh no, there it is. It's with all the countersunk screws that I've got sitting over there. Yeah, I took those off of this. I don't think I'm gonna put them on because they don't. And actually, that's not, the 3D model gives them a little bit of space in between, whereas these, they're butted right up against one another. I couldn't fit the rubber mounts on it, so I'm not going to use them. Yeah, they're hideously ugly, but they're amazing fans. They're very nicely made. The plastic on them is not cheap, and the airflow is good. It's not incredible airflow, but the materials are all expensive feeling. and they are expensive. So overall, they're a good fan. They're a good fan. I don't got too much negative stuff to say about Noctuas. I use them almost exclusively because they are quiet. But they achieve that quietness through being a little slower and a little less air movement. Yeah, they did. They eventually capitulated and decided to dye the plastics that they were getting. Because that's originally the pushback on those, is that they were like, we don't want to use plastic dye and ruin our blah, blah, blah. And everybody's like, no, your fans are hideous and you should feel bad. They don't grind against the outside body after a year or so. Yeah. Yeah, they got all the little design elements where they count, right? This is going to hurt my hand down here. I need to, here. I didn't want this gap to be like slip fit. I also don't like sinking a screw permanently into this, but whatever. Whatever. Oh yeah, that's making some noises. Plastic noises. Yeah, the Noctua swaps that I do around here, because my computers should really not be making any noise in the setups that I have them in, because it's all, there's microphones everywhere in here. Loads of cheap fans, so I can't hear you over the wind tunnel. My studio is perfectly quiet except for all the white noise. What? Oh, that's cool. I once had a Noctua fan die. They asked me to break off a blade and send a picture of it, and they sent a new one. I love it when places do that, when they have the destroy the old hardware so our reputation is intact strategy. This thing is not. There's too much force on it. Oh my god. Putting a bolt in here was a mistake, man. I designed it kind of like it was made out of metal, and I think I'm paying for that right now. I used to have a computer like that, where when you turn it off, everything feels a little different. Yeah. I run a floor fan in here. I have a big, like 20-inch floor fan, and that's constantly making noises. I've got it on like a rheostat. It's actually specifically for fan speed. It's a fan speed controller, but even still, you know, I've got that thing running in here, and so when I turn that off at night, it's like eerily quiet around here. Eerily quiet. But I run that fan constant duty just because I need airflow on me or I die. I don't like, I need to live by the ocean or something. Leave the fires behind. Swim up past the breakers. That is not as much of a click. I expected more of a click out of that. There's a little bit of one in there. Do they have you send it in? They just have you take a picture of it, right? I don't know. I mean, it's got a lot of pushback, but it doesn't have the click that I want. So I think I may need to alter it a little bit more. Just the picture, they didn't have you send it back, yeah. I need to do research on it. When I was doing the 944 project, when I was doing the 944 project, I got a bell housing. I got a bell end. No, a bell housing. And their holes weren't quite in the right spot. So I actually put it up against the transaxle of the Porsche, sprayed spray paint in it, took a picture, sent it to them, and they were like, can you just send back the whole housing? So I sent back the whole thing. So they had a little bit of a frame of reference. Spray paint was not the most scientific way to get that. Still too light. That needs to be a much harder click over. And that's not a lot of pressure there. I like this amount of pressure though. I think this just needs to be much more of a ugh. I live on the ocean, I live by the ocean on the East Coast. It's not what it's cracked up to be. Plus we get hurricane season. We get a lot of hurricanes on the East Coast? I guess the lower parts of the East Coast, yeah. That's too easy. It's too easy to get in reverse. I think what I need to do is, I think instead of upping the, that's not the right screen. That's not the right screen at all. That's not even close. Herk! Infinite regression! Okay, what I need to do is, I think I need to raise the top a little bit more. Because the spring pressure that I'm getting from moving it over to the side, I'm getting not as much as with the previous iteration. If I lift this just a little bit, now keep in mind the projected roller here I can't lift, so I need to lift this. So if I've set this up properly, because this will just clip into, nope. Yeah, see, this is weird solid that suddenly comes out properly. Nope, that's the wrong one. Not that one. Where is the step where I lift the top? Where I raise the roof? Does it exist in this one? Maybe that's why I'm not getting as much of a feel of it. Maybe we lost that step. Let's look at the other assembly. No, it is clipping into that assembly, so that step definitely exists. It's clipping just because of the way the drawing's laid out, so that's just what is. It is what is. So thoughts and prayers. Where are we? Oh yeah, and it's probably still hitting initially. Yeah, it's still hitting initially. Actually, they hit kind of evenly. Huh. That's kind of cool. They hit evenly. Yeah, I think more spring force is all that's needed. I could either put a plug in the spring above, or I could change the roller spring rate, or I can raise this thing up a little bit. I think I'm going to opt to raise this piece up a little bit. It's a quicker print. It'll print faster. So yeah, you get out of here. And then I need the step where I lift this piece up. I kind of made these both at the same time, right? No, I didn't. Okay, so that's the initial extrusion. Yeah, see, that's that. Then we have this cut, which is that. Then I have there. Why does it show a sketch on the back of the thing? If, man, go for broke, 2 millimeters. Oh God, it's hideous. Oh, it's hideous. Oh, why didn't I start extracting this thing from the right? Okay, where do I make that? Start. I said object and it didn't. Oh, I see what I did. Yeah, I see what I did. Okay, so, well, whatever. That's gonna move this whole thing down. Oh God. We're gonna do the lazy thing. I'm gonna press pull this thing. Can I do, that'll go outwards if I do it. So if I do that one, I thought it was 1 millimeter, I guess 0.5. Then that's gonna contact, so it needs to be off center. All right. Move this one up 0.5. Oh, it's hideous. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I could chant for this as well. I mean, what's happening in the real one? Hold on. Wait a minute. 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 Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Look at this. Look. 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 Look over here. Look over here. No, over here. Over here. Look over here. Look over here. Wait a minute. Those are hitting at the same time. Those are hitting at the same time. So, really, to be honest, I guess I could leave the distances where they are and have everything extend down by 0.5 millimeter or by 1 millimeter. And as long as the height is the same and this thing still catches the bottom of the spring piece, mechanically it's going to feel the same. So I think, so I think actually I don't need to do any of this stuff. I mean, extending the upper one, yeah, but the lower one, I mean, I can put it all the way down to the bottom of this if I want, which I guess I do. We'll try it. And try, I mean, wasting plastic trying this thing, so. $1.5 just to cover the whole front. Sure, why not? Okay, well, now there's definitely a directionality to the whole thing. Let's try it. Let's try it. That's an extended version of the whole thing. So save as mesh. Put that in folder. Replace part. And then this thing, save as mesh. Click OK. Place the part in the folder. We do the same thing with Super Slicer. But now we have our solids. We get rid of these old ones, the old and busted ones. Goodbye, old and busted. Here's the new shiny bits. Let me get back to the computer design, what I was doing before. Boop. And a boop. Double boop. Printing small parts and getting them tuned properly is just a beast. It's just very annoying to have to do. And I don't know, with projects like this, especially where it's kind of like oh, it feels like X, Y, Z, they're very difficult and they take a lot of tweaking and tuning. The 3D printer is nice to have in that I don't have to modify physical parts constantly. And then eventually you get to a point where the physical part is just like, just beaten to hell because it's had too many modifications done to it. But I don't know. It just gets kind of crazy to keep printing and printing and printing. All right, let's do them in a line because the surfaces that I can clean off are there. We'll try them in a line. Everywhere there's a disconnect between parts, I'm going to be getting like weird surfaces. So I want to control where those weird surfaces are. So I'm going to put them in a line like this because the front of the plunger I can file down. The back of the plunger doesn't matter. It's the bottom and the top surface that need to maintain smoothness in order so that it can actually do its job and roll back and forth. So I'm going to try doing them in a line. We'll see how that does. Little conga line of parts. All right. Printy, printy. And we got 20 minutes on the clock. All right, so back to the computer. I'm hitting it hard with the project variety here. Back to the computer. So we got this assembly here, and I guess I'm going to use a countersunk screw in here. I will, I guess, have a... I don't want to... No. The whole point of laying them out the way that I am, and I would actually... I probably should space them out more, is that these are small parts. There's not a lot of print on each part, so each part is hot. And I need to give the layer time to cool. I don't have a cooling fan on my printer. I print PETG without a fan. And so what that does, well, basically it's just each layer is a lot hotter on small parts. So in order to alleviate that, I space the parts out. If they were larger parts, I could do them close together, but I want that head travel time. Why is there a weird cut right there? That's strange. Okay, so I mean, like, these are lined up, these 3D models, and there's like all this space in between them, which is worrying to me, because on the real thing, they're not spaced apart. And these are countersunk screws, so those are pulling them exactly to where they need to be. AlphaCool, by the way, AlphaCool's a wonderful website. Bunch of Germans. They have all the 3D models of all the radiators on their website. Yeah, the bed's, of course the bed's heated. Of course it's heated. How else do parts stick? So, let's see. I don't know. Why are these up against one another and the other ones aren't? Like a different model of Noctua, and maybe I need to find the appropriate model? I mean, it's a standard 80 millimeter fan, so I don't know. Maybe I come up with a frame and then print a test for it. I think I'm only going to do 4 corners. Although, if I really wanted to maintain the... I do want to maintain the look of the rest of the thing. So I think maybe I do need to do pretty much the key thing there and there. There's going to be a lot of screws on this thing, huh? That's okay, though. So yeah, we'll have an under frame that has holes for all this stuff. That could be one big solid piece. Then we'll have the grating. And then I'll have the top piece that goes in on it and prints with the bed facing us. And we'll print it on glass. So it'll be nice and shiny. Yeah, I haven't played with that yet. Minimum layer time and then staggering the detachment points between the layers. Those are two settings that I need to play with. All right, so back to here. Let's open up one of these just so that I have an example of all of my measurements. These will help me figure out what the distances are that I'm going to in order to make this type of part. That's why I need the sketches. Going for the center, huh? Oh boy. The temptation to go from the center is strong on this one. Just because we do have a center and it is one of the fans. I don't think I should do that though. I think I need to start from like a corner, which is what I did here, and I measured out 6 by 6. The 2 millimeter here is to fit into the rail, which we don't have. We just have a solid edge. I want to make that a right angle, and I don't want to put rail around the top of these because I want them to retain their look, their cool look. I'll probably have to round these outer edges so that they meet up with the rounded edges of the Noctua fan. So, where do we start? Well, the problem is we do not have... I guess I have to start from the center of this hole because these don't have a rounded edge. This is why I think it's a different model of Noctua fan, just because of the way the measurements are meeting up. But if the holes are in where they are, you know, we're not going to be able to change that. So, I guess I'd use the center of one of the holes on the edges in order to define everything. Because, like, this isn't at the height that we need it to be. It is in this model. Once again, I'm figuring out all the ways this model differs from the actual fan itself. This is the prettiest model that I could find. It doesn't have the rubber bumpers on the outside, though. Oh, it's okay. As long as the holes line up, that's all that matters. So yeah, we'll go off the hole dimensions, and that way we'll be standardized for an 80 millimeter fan. You guys good with that? I think I need new dimensions for all this stuff. Although this will probably bring us, well, that needs to be customized to the outside of the thing. And then the whole distance here, that's halfway, and that's halfway. So it's equidistant on the two ends there. 4 by 4, 2 by 2. Man, that is weird. I did some weird stuff when I designed this thing. All right, well, we'll do 5.2. It's actually 6. It should be 6 millimeters for those. Let me get one of the screws. I need to measure it. We need to redo some of this stuff. We'll get it similar, but it looks like the measurement parameters, I mean, either by virtue of my skills or just by the fact that this is a slightly different solid, we need to just change the way it works. Where are my calipers? They're across the room. I see them, and I'm going for them, and I'm picking them up, and now I have them. Okay, so let's see here. The screw that I'll be using. Oh no, it's not going to be a shiny one. It's going to be one of the coated ones for this assembly. The shiny ones go on the outside of everything. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's our first problem. I need to have shiny screws on the outside of this thing. So technically, if I'm going to make this thing have like pressure holding it together, I don't want screw holes sticking on the outside. I'd rather have the shiny screws up on the outside, you know, as they do, holding together the panels. So if I do 4 screws to hold on a big panel, I don't have a lot of like fastener stuff that I can do unless I do a nut at the bottom and then do a shiny screw through the whole thing. I would have to buy a shiny screw because I don't have shiny ones that are, because here are the countersunk screws that I have. I've been using these in a bunch of different stuff, but like I could easily send one of these guys through a bunch of layers here and, you know, have enough room to get a hex key, like a ball end hex key in there and tighten it up, right? And that'll hold together a bunch of different layers of plastic and grid and whatnot. Although these are a little bit more limiting. Still could work. But then the look of the case involves, because the red is a dark color, I wanted to have a light color contrasting it. We've got the anodized metal, we have the dark red print, and we have the black grating. So I want to have a nice shiny chrome screw on the thing. It's got chrome on it already, got a little bit of brass on it. But these things don't, these countersunk screws do not have the distance that I need even to get through this. So I don't want to put them on there just decoratively. I'll probably need to order new ones. And then how do I attach them to the bottom? Well, if I get absurdly long ones, I could have the whole thing go in one piece. That'd be like, if I got like much longer than this. So they would go down through all of the layers all the way into the radiator, which would make for a slightly simpler affair, I guess. But I need to figure out if I can source the right length of M3 countersunk hex. Ugh. All right, let's see what lengths are available. Because, I mean, we're going to need a minimum of... Dun, 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 dun. Oops. Like 26. Yeah, 26 millimeters on the threaded part of the screw. At least. We're going to need probably way more than that, actually. Needs to be like 30 or something. Because then we have 5 millimeters to play with for the grating. We'll have to work on what those measurements are. Hold on. So, I mean, I could go to like that screw website. Fastener Depot? Screw Depot? Fastenal. I don't know if they're going to have what I want. Oh my God, look at all these working people that are working. Fastenal's maybe not what I want. Just do Amazon. 3 millimeter M3 countersunk. And then I want hex socket and length is going to be a hell of a thing. I put countersunk in the search. I should be getting these things. Actually, yeah, that's more like it. So what is our length needs to be? And is the length overall length or is it thread length? And then who's listing what, right? 70 millimeter. I doubt that exists. 25.4. That's a very specific length. You don't even have the thing that I'm looking for. Ay, ay, ay. I see now. I see now how it is. Maybe if we could start over and I could do bungle. How dare you call me that? Cupped. Flat, und, flush. These are all wrong. You got to think in terms of machine screws, I guess. I mean, this might be a McMaster kind of thing that I need to look up. Let's bungle this. Bungle, hex, Torx. Wait a minute. Are you kidding me? So my search term. Okay, they can't get their shit straight because there's too many random weird listings. So McMaster at least has people making sure that all the stuff works properly. All their categorization works properly. Screws and bolts. Screws and bolts. Are they really called flathead? I thought they were countersunk. Okay, fine. Flathead, fine. Hex flathead. Tamper resistant. So the finish, I don't care about yet. Although, if we're honest, we want it to be shiny. I don't know about shiny bolts going through everything. Maybe I can make like a cover for it, so it's only shiny on the outside. Because that's all I don't want to see the bolt going through everything. I don't have to see that. Nobody should be subject to that kind of thing. It's disgusting. It's awful. It's perverted. Making a thing on all the corners of this would be kind of dumb looking though. Especially considering that these inside ones, well, those will get their own little clasps. So I am going to need a lot of these screws, so I guess I have to do this. It's just kind of annoying. Stainless, I think the ones that I have are stainless. So metric 18-8. Wait, but that's an English size. Fine thread or not? I don't know. I guess these are probably fine threads. These Maker Beam screws are the same size. I think they're M3s, I think. Yeah, these are M3s for Maker Beam. Maker Beam is M3. Let's just dial in M3 and see what happens. Head type. Wait, why are there 3 parameters under length? Wait a minute. Let's just find M3. M3. All right. 25 or 30. Okay, so what is the height of, let's go back to Fusion and just not touch anything in the sketch. So I need, back, from here to here, basically. So 6 millimeters in addition to the fan, in addition to the back plate for the threads for the fan. So that would be, and we determined this was 25. I'm just going to take another sounding here. I think it's 25 to get just a little bit below the case. 25. Yeah, 30 will not work. Because 31 is with 25. It needs to be a little over 31. The number of threads that I want to go through over 31. So 30 and then 35. I don't know if 35 is too far. These aren't too expensive. Stainless, hex, flathead, fully threaded. Drive is a 2. This is a 2, right? Yeah, that's a 2. That's basically what I already have. $13 or 4. M3 35. Quantity 50. Well, I'll have enough of them. I'll certainly have enough. And 90-degree taper is standard. Yep. Steel with countersink, and this would be, these are the finer threads, I think. As long as it's M3 spec, we're good. How's a package of 25, $13? What's with these? Oh, 316 stainless, 18/8 stainless. I see. I might want the 316 stainless. I don't know if the 18/8 is going to be as shiny. Yeah, I think I need that. So, what do I do about that? I'm just going to put that in my stream projects section of the Discord. That's shoutouts. That's the wrong channel. That channel doesn't get any love. Nobody wants to shout out a stream anymore. Damn kids these days. No, they're not self-tapping. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. You make a countersink for these. These are flat in the front. There's no self. Now, when we're putting them into plastic, I don't need to tap anything. And also, we're going to be gapping the holes so that they go into the threads that are already in the radiator, and then it'll push together all the layers of stuff that I'm going to make. So I need 6 millimeters between. Hold on. Where are we? Where's my fusion? So we need to replicate these heights, and then instead of having the hole down here gapped so that there's pressure on the threads, we're going to open it up like the top one, and then it'll go down through the fan, through everything else, until it reaches the radiator, and then I'll squish everything together. I don't like that, but that's the way that it has to be. Yeah, that's the way it has to be, because I'm not going to get like a thread specific to. Sometimes what they do is they give you the self-tapping, like giant, like wood thread almost screws that go through the fans. I don't want to do that. We'll go down through all the layers of everything, all the way to the bottom, and then maybe I'll have like a screw guide or something that will hide the bolts, unless the bolts look good, in which case we'll just leave them. You know, they might add to the look of everything, but I think they might take away from the look of everything. So I might have to make just a little something something that'll go over them. I keep splitting my nails. I just split my index fingernail. That's what flush cutters are for, is fixing your engineering nails. God, that's so annoying, because then I'll like brush back my hair and end up plucking a bunch of hair because I've got like the perfect hair thing. Yeah, super glue is also, I can also do that, but this one is, if I just flush the nail, I think it's fine. Yeah, this one's okay. Let my nails go for too long. I'm not biting them lately. Not that I had a bad habit of that. That's just how I maintain my nails. I have smooth, supple nails. All right. I had a toenail split and I had to cut it. Ugh. Okay, so we'll do these bolts, but I'm not modifying what's already there. Now I can import the model of that bolt and have it cut out the bolt, but we'll use the hole tool for the bolts, because that way we can have the right countersink and the distance and all that stuff. So we'll go back to not the HASI, not the H assembly, not the entire water-cooled PC assembly, this one. And we're going to make solids in this drawing. We're going to make more of a sub-assembly out of this thing. So we know, well, we don't need the height yet. We got to lay out the base drawing for all this stuff. So I need to take this surface, and I need to go ahead and create a sketch on top of it, which is just great. That's just exactly the orientation that I wanted it to be in. God damn it. All right, so there's that. There's our sketch. Now that is on this surface. So that surface is already projected into our drawing. I need to take all of these other object surfaces and project them in so that we're able to move them into, we're able to incorporate them into this. Ah, damn it, I messed up. I hit the P key, and this time it doesn't whiz on my computer like it would in my summer car. Instead, this allows me to highlight the other drawing properties that I want in this drawing. Did I already click on that one? I don't remember clicking on that one. And then we can unview the drawing in the background just to make sure that we're not distracted. We probably want like this corner. Well, actually, that's going to create... No, I still want that corner. Yeah, I still want that corner. Okay. There's that. So now I'm gonna ignore everything else, and I got a bunch of dots down now. You know what? Probably if I use the projection tool again, I think I'll still get those guys projected similarly. So if I hit P, oh no, which is stored in the balls, I'll just get this again. Even though it defines the solid because that's what your sketch is on. We can take that stuff in, and now I can unview that, and now we've got all of the stuff. We've got everything in the locations that we need it to be. And I could just pop off this drawing by doing the outer perimeter like that. Bada bing. There we go. Now, whether or not that's actually the distance that we need it to be is yet to be seen, and because I've based this on projected elements, the problem is if I want to adjust this, it's going to wreak havoc on everything else. I'm trusting my 3D models to be too properly maintained. It'll probably cause adjustment woes later, but I don't know. I guess it's all right. Now I can just take the calipers right now and I can measure the outer perimeters of this whole thing. I can't do that dimension. They're not long enough. Like the height, I've got almost exactly 80 because they're standardized, right? So if I measure this, okay, almost exactly 80. I guess we'll trust it. Which are very famous last words. All right, so for this part of it, how did I do that? How did I do the angles? The angulations in here? Well, I guess it was based on this piece of hardware. And I can make sure that that gets the right distance, and then we got to move the corners in that distance as well. So let's get a couple things for the sketch here. Oh my God, there are so many numbers on this thing. Maybe I'll just measure it using the measuring tools. Maybe I'll just measure it using the measuring tools and possibly come up with a much simpler sketch. So from here to here, what is that distance? That is 6 millimeters. And is that the same from here to here? That is additionally 6 millimeters. All right, so I'm going to go over to our drawing, and I'll go from the corners from the outer box, and I will make construction lines that are 6 by 6. Well, that's going to be a problem. Oh, no, because we're going to have the corner cut. That's right. Yeah, 6 by 6 is fine. So do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So 6 by 6. And then I'm going to make a solid, no, construction, because we need to do the chamfering in here. We're not going to do the chamfering in the, generally what you're supposed to do is draw your solids out and then do all of the, like the angles and the chamfering. But we still need to make the little inserts that go here and stuff. Although this thing is going to print directly down from the bed, so we can actually incorporate all of those geometries into this and just have an obscene number of screws in it for no reason at all. That's the fun part. We don't have to have this split in the middle. Do we? Why did I split the other ones? Why was that? Because they were 300 millimeters long. They didn't fit on the print bed. My printer is 310 by 310, and getting that absolute maximum is a chore. What do we have here? Ooh, it's pushing it. That's pushing it. I mean, really, realistically, I could split it into 3 parts, and it'll make this really wobbly thing out of the whole affair. I don't want to have to split it, though. Let's be honest. Let me think about this. So, if I don't split it, and I print that part from the bed, that one goes up. We're going to try to not split this. I'm going to try to keep this all good. So that's our inner radius. We also have a shelf in the back that's got its own dimension too. And that one is also going to be, well, I guess I didn't chamfer it on the corners, but I did on the other parts. So what is the distance between this and this? 4 millimeter. Probably the same over here too, right? 90 degrees. Close. Open the tool again. U to U. Yeah, 4 millimeter. So we'll do another one that is in 4 millimeters from everything. This is where the drawing starts to get a little crazy. So 4 by 4. And that one, oh yeah, 4 by 4 from the other corner too. I mean, it would be a little, I've done this before from like a center line. We could have taken the center of these lines or just the center of, or just origin on this one and extended them out to the right distances too. But this will give me a little bit more of a sense of what it is by the measurements. You know, they'll be a little bit more tuned in. Yeah, I used either the 4x4 or the 2x2 I used as like an angle in order to measure it out. I don't know if I'm going to do that with these. I just don't know. All right, and then that one is going to bust out because that's the top and the bottom. This one can remain in like that. We'll just have to expand it out over these for the lower layer. Well, we'll also need an upper layer for the, oh God, my brain. My brain! How do we design this stupid thing? My brain! What have you done to my brain? Okay, so the geometry from the hole. This is a 2x2 from that 4x4. Or no, that's two on the edge. That's what sticks into the rail. This got a 2x2. It's a 4x4 for the inner geometry. We get 2x2 is like half of that, and then we do cross that center all the way out to, I mean, that's a 4x4 from the inner line of everything. I'm just gonna do, okay, let's start with a 4x4. I don't need to locate the hole. I think that's how I located the hole, so I don't need that. We just need a 4x4 on these. So we'll do a construction line on that. And I guess I need to do it on every corner, unless I start using mirror functions, which I haven't bothered with yet. So 4x4 on that, and then we do a construction line or a non-construction line across, and that's going to create our perimeter. No, wait, that's the wrong perimeter. I'm going from here. So 4x4. Like that. That is on, yeah, that's on the right one. It's just the drawing is starting to get a little hard to look at. And then that would be the solid line. And then I'd take that to the other corner. But then again, I can use mirror images to help me with this. So let's do a center line here. That's construction. Well, actually, we'll just do everything mirrored on origin. Oops. So I'm going to make a big long line here that doesn't have any parameters on it. Oh God, why do you do this, Fusion? The big long line here that's locked into the axis, that's going to be our mirror line. I'll make another one here. Don't use the check mark. There you go. Two lines just hanging out, 6 feet apart. Okay, so those there, if I fill these in, it'll mirror over here. So let's work on this, because what I can do is I can mirror it to the top, and then I can mirror both of those to the side, or to the side and then to the top. Either way, we can hit all 4 corners now if we use mirror operations, and that will duplicate all of our work, so we don't have to do as many fiddly things in order to get the right look out of this thing. So currently we got the line going over like that. Our next one is going to come over to here, and we don't really know the distance off of the hole. So I need to actually measure that. So I'm going to take a box, just do a construction box, and see if it gives me the right parameters here. 1.75 by 1.75. So that would be 4 plus 1.75, and then 4 plus 1.75. Cool thing about Fusion is that if we double click into those measurements again, it'll give us this equation. So at least I know what insanity I was considering when I did this. I think we're going to have to do that twice. A measurement so nice, we did it twice. 4 plus 1.75. Now you can parameterize these. You can put these in equations. You can take this to the next level and like computer program all your stuff in there. You actually have parameters. You have user parameters that you can put into Fusion in order to control all this stuff. Hey, Pyro, subbing with a 42 months on a 42-month streak. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you for all the subs. Holy shit. That means a lot. My 4.75 thing completely exploded in my face. Wait a minute. Yeah, it doesn't work at all. That doesn't work at all. It doesn't work at all. We don't have to nope. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work because I was going to use these corners. So, I don't know. 1.75. 1.75. I got to do it this way. I'll say measure 4x4 off of the top corner of the thing, which is just, it's just stupid. So we gotta do it a little bit janky. We'll do it like that. And then we'll go 4x4. Blows up in my face. Stupid thing. 4x4. So now I can put a solid line across this, over to this, across this, over to here. I missed. Jigsaw solving robot. Nah. Is that something that came out like today? Because, you know, my exposure to maker stuff just involves things that people miscellaneously kind of post to my Discord, or the things I post to my Discord. Try to keep it from dying. But I don't have a ton of, like, I don't keep up with a lot of that stuff. I want this to go to Origin, but I don't think it's going to Origin because I don't have a line there. I should have designed it from the top. There we go. I got all the solid surfaces. One day, these engineers are going to realize, like, the reason that we have jigsaws is for us, not for robots. The end result of having a solved jigsaw puzzles, like, is like giving yourself a Steam achievement for beating a game. Though it is fun to make stuff like that. It is very fun. Okay, that is our inner wall of the bottom and the top layer. Our bottom layer is down here. It doesn't need a chamfer for this part. This part needs a chamfer. Now these holes, I probably should have just taken the center point from these holes. I didn't need this radius. This is going to create a lot of solid lines that I don't really need. I'm going to actually, we'll make them into construction lines. There we go. That'll help. That'll help. So now we just have the centers to worry about. So I'll use that center to lock the hole tool onto. Even though the hole tool is pretty rudimentary in doing that. That one not change? Hey, change it up. Come on. I'm just, you know, like the guy who made the darts game that you can't lose at. Like, it's a lot of fun to build, but man. What are you doing out here, you know? The rest of us are doing our best. You're sitting here trying to solve all of our darts problems that we don't have. Why are you, like, double? Why'd you double up? Are they all doing that? Yeah, it's the ones that I projected from the original that are looking like they're solid. That's just confusing with the drawing. Okay, so let's see here. We have two layers. We have the bottom layer that has a piece that's going to stick up and support these, like, tongues that stick out. And that doesn't need to take the form of anything complicated. It could just be like a nub right here. All it needs to do is keep this from, like, collapsing down in, because it'll be held like that and go pfft. So I need to have just like a little geometry that sticks out of this thing. For that, I did this. Now, one thing that I could do is I could cut and try to make these look like the rest of the case and have these little pieces that insert onto them. Because then, I mean, it'll be a complicated print and it'll involve a little bit of support material, which is very annoying, but it'll look like everything else. I have to think about whether or not I want to do that. Because the simplest form of this would be to just do, yeah, I guess we're not taking shortcuts, are we? We're not doing that. Where the hell is this measurement coming from? Oh my God, I changed it. Ah! That one's all mirror images. Is that line not locked down? No, those are all... Wait, all this shit is mirrored. Where are you coming from? Oh my God. Wait, where did I get these measurements? Okay, so that's from the 4 over here. And this one is from the other 4. The distance is 4. I think this is meant to be like here. And then 3 millimeters in from that 4. What is this distance? It's not given any parameters. Chat, it's freewheeling. It's hitting against, is it really using that radius? No, it's not. What the hell is happening with that then? This is 3 millimeters in here. You know, we got that measurement there. Oh God, I'm getting bad allergies because they're doing all the leaf stuff right now. I know. I'm trying to get the same look out of everything, so it's tough to replicate because these. I mean, I did this, and then I did, you know, another one to look exactly like it, and then another one to look exactly like it. So I don't know where these numbers came from. I don't think I was messing with cut and paste, but free the lines. This wouldn't be a 3 millimeter offset. It must be. No, but then it would shrink here. I don't think that's a 3 millimeter offset. What is it even measuring? Oh my God. Wait. It is. Okay. All right. So we'll take that outer radius and make it 3. All right. Okay. So now I know. Now I've got a little bit of information here. So we're taking the top of the bottom 4 by 4. Don't have a measurement here, do I? 4 by 4. 4 millimeters from what? Wait, what does this do? I say that doesn't do anything. What are you doing? The hell? I don't know. We're like missing data. Stop highlighting areas. 10. Okay, 10 millimeters from the thing, from the center of the 2. Oh, Lord. Okay, all right, I think we can do this. So I got 10 out, and then I do the 4 and the 4 lines. I should be able to draw them. So I need a line. I need 2 lines that reach out here. Well, that's already there, because I already measured it out there. Right. I've already got my 2 lines. So the center of this construction line here, 10. For what? Wait, that would be for the outer edge of the thing. That doesn't really... Okay, so the measurements don't exactly meet up on this. Because, yeah, the vertical line would be here, and that would make the part. So this would be... I've already got all the measurements that I need, don't I? Not X. Non-construction line. I've already got all the measurements that I need. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Come on. Perpendicular. Why? Why do you hate me? Fine. You get a construction box that's a 3-point rectangle. Oh, God, no. I don't want to make it that weird. I just want to draw a line vertically on this, but it's not letting me lock it into verticality. There. I guess, yeah, you got to specify one of the parameters, huh? And then it'll lock it down properly. So make those into regular lines, and then take this thing and go here, here, and then it highlights everything for me. Yep, hold on, come over here. This one too, not a construction line, and that is going to be a 3mm offset to create this cursed looking thing. And that defines my inner little thingies and the outer ones, because those will be just an offset of this line, which I'm going to need to be a solid, the whole thing. Or maybe I'll just need to make a line there in order to meet up. I need a line here because this is the, wait, no, I don't. No, this and this are part of the top piece. And then I guess I need a line down the center, don't I? Yep. Because the, oh, no, I don't. Because we can print it as one piece. Unless I want to split it up into 3 like everything else is. Constructing it the same way is going to give it the same look as everything else, but this is kind of like a flat piece that'll just go down on top of everything. So I don't really know if I need to split it up as I did with the other one. I guess I should. I should split it up just so that we're making the same thing. So I need to have a line that goes down the center of this thing, and I don't think I have. This will be the, there we go. That's the one. So take that, give it 90 degrees. Not, hello? Not, fine, 0. 90 degrees on one, 0 on another. Fusion can be really weird sometimes, man. I'm telling you. Fusion can be very, very weird. All right, so I think that gives us everything we need. Now we need to express these onto all the other parts so that we can create all the solids that we need in order to produce this whole thing. This seems like a lot of overrun on the back end here. This distance. It's 6 by 6. That is a lot of overrun. It should probably not be 6 by 6. Oh my God. All of the motion sensors are going off. They're doing the yard. Let's turn them all off. Okay, all my camera alerts are going psycho. Okay, I gotta turn off audio alerts on my phone. In spite of the fact that I shouldn't be missing phone calls because there's fucking, you know, doctor shit going on. I'm at that time of the month where everything is going crazy with like getting insulin and stuff. So I need to be on the ball. Is it really 3.5 by 3.5 to get to the outside edge? Or is this the outside edge? In which case it's 4.5 by 4.5. That and a half is a very strange measurement. Whatever, I don't want to violate the look of the whole thing. So it's 4.5 by 4.5, and because of the way that these things are structured, I should be able to go 4.5, and then, uh-oh, something changed. 4.5. Uh-oh. Why? I did not give you, oh, 1 point, yeah, because that one changes now. Yeah. Okay. So if instead I get rid of this and I go, well, it's 1.75 from here, and if I go, let's see, because it's 4.5 by 4.5 for the screw there from the corner. This isn't going to match up. And if I go vertically 4.5, it would have to be rectangle, 3-point, line type, construction. So to here, really? You're going to do this to me? Ugh. That would be 1.75 this way. I mean, I guess I don't need a rectangle because that's not going to change. What is changing? Hold on, wait a sec. Yeah, because the 4.5 there. 4.5 there, and then 1.75 off of that. So I do. Because that doesn't work. Solving weird problems like this. This is why the drawings end up really cursed. So 4.5, 1.75. Same thing with this one. I need the line to go down to there. I don't know if this is the way to do it. This is a weird way to do it. There, and I do this for some reason, and then I go 4.5, 1.75. If you set up your drawing properly, you could actually have this all based on, what do you call it? Based on parameters, and then everything is a lot easier to get to. What is this doing? Linking up to whatever that is. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay, you come down here. You're right there. That locks everybody down over there. And this one, really, I could just have gone 1.75 and then, whatever, who cares? I could have just done 1.75 off of that and made a little tiny box right there, but that's whatever. It's based on the wherever these are centered. That's such a weird, it's such a weird design. I don't know if this is going to match up to the design of the other ones too, just because of the spacing of the screws is a little different for the fans. I didn't base it off of fan spacing. .0 and 4.5. The 4 and 4 is also off, so that's our lip. Wait a minute, that distance was different. I measured it from, I went from here to here is 4 millimeters. So instead, that's the wrong drawing. Instead, that's the wrong drawing. 4x4 is not right. Might have to redraw the whole thing. Not the whole thing. I mean, just this outer line. I'm gonna get rid of it, and then we'll go delete this. Is that not a? Huh? That is the wrong thing. All right, so bring that back. I'll bring it back. Let me see. What am I looking for? I mean, 4x4 here would have been from like the center of this, because we want 4x4 off of this line here. Which in that case, I just need to measure the outer wall. We just need to go from here. This is a cursed drawing because I'm like reverse engineering my own work. 2. This really should be 2x2. Like so. So 2x2, 4.5 by 4.5. That gives us a 6-ish and a half or whatever. What are you doing over here? What is this? You go here. What the hell you thought you were doing before? Jeez. These lines have a mind of their own. Okay. What does that leave us with over here? That looks not quite what I had on the other one. But it also leaves 3 millimeters from there, 4 from there. We got kind of like a thing there. I mean, that's relatively accurate to what I had. 4 going down like that and doing some weird shit. And then I got all these solids that are projecting from the thing we can't see. Does that radius look like that radius? Not really. But it is 4, and that is 4. So that's as good as it's going to get, I think. So now I need to Uh-oh, what did I just do? Escape. I don't know what I just did. Okay, so now I need to start mirroring stuff. So I guess we're going to start with mirroring it horizontally. So I choose a mirror tool, and I'm going to take this line. I hope that's the right line. This line, this line, this line. Still going to need this one. I need a lot of these lines. I don't need any of the hole locations. Those are already going to be there. And I don't need the outer wall, because that's already going to be there. I'm going to make sure, very carefully, make sure that I'm clicking all the right stuff. We don't need that. We need the solid line. That's tough, because look, it selected something there still that's not there. Like, why is it selecting both of them? I needed to select only the... Okay, I guess I figured it out by zooming in. There's a lot of trouble when lines are on top of one another in Fusion. Yeah, like we don't need that one, I guess, so I don't need this. Okay, so I'm mirroring it on this axis. And it completely and utterly failed to properly do what I wanted it to do. Why must you do this to me? That's the center. What'd I do wrong? Is that not the center? Oh, it's not the center because the center of this thing, the actual radiator itself, has this part on one side and this part on the other. So center is not center. It's off a little bit, but there is a center line on it. I just can't use the center of origin. I can't use origin. I can use the other origin, but I can't use that one. So what I need to use is a halfway point. So I need to make one. So I'll just do construction line, and I'll go from hole to hole. That's gonna make a wonderfully confusing layout here, but there's 2 of them, and I don't know which one is which. Right there. Okay, so that's actually center. We'll draw the line from there to there. All right, I think I'm armed with everything that I need. So we mirror tool, you. I can probably do this in a couple steps to alleviate the torture of having to click on exactly what I need and have just the right thing highlight. Actually, these aren't too bad. They're not too bad. Okay. Okay, so if I mirror that, that's everything that I need, right? The 4x4 is already going. Oh yeah, I need to alter their distance over there. I'll do that in just a sec. So we mirror that on this line. That's more like it. Yes. Actually, this one needs to be... Do we put measurements on these? Why are these like this and no measurements on them? How did I do the... Oh, that's weird. That's a little odd. Wait. Oh, I finished the sketch. I didn't... Oh, God. All right. I hit the wrong button. Yes, thank you for taking me to this view every time. Yeah. There you go. Okay. So... these were 2 by 2. So 2 hands of blue, 2 by 2. These are 4.5. There you go. And then everything looks nice and even. Okay, all right. We're getting there. We'll have solids in no time. Another mirror. From here. Now. Well, the first thing the mirror tool does is just select a fucking construction line. Can I have it not select construction lines? I don't want projected geometries. I don't think it can. You gotta like subtly roll up on the thing in order to get it to click the right thing, which is just the worst. I need that line. I need this. I need this. I need this. And I need this. And I need this. I need this, but not the construction line. Not the. They thought they were so smart using dotted lines, but when you have a regular line over top of a dotted line, all hell breaks loose. How do they not use their own software? Do they not know? Don't they know about this? Do they know how annoying this is? The fact that I've look at this. I just selected the opposite line that I just this one. I'm too scared to use it. I think there was a function for it, but I don't want to select the wrong line and deselect everything else. What's going on, Codeine? I don't know. I like rolled up on the correct line like a bunch of times with the other one. Whatever. Let's move on. This one, and 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 this one. Keep moving. Keep moving. You can't stop. Rock into the shore shot. I'll just have to redraw those two. Yeah, this one and this one. But anyway, select an axis right there. Bada bing. Click OK. Makes those. Now I can just plug up my stupid things. The reason that there's a discrepancy between the 4.5 and the 4s is that the screw holes are not in exactly the same place because we're dealing with 80mm fans and not my own things. We didn't get the center line on that one. Center line breaks up the solids, so I'll just take the mirror tool. Grab axis here. Okay. All right. Rock into the shore shot. All right, so 203 plus. What's that? What? I missed something? No, we have Cacophony and Pyro subbing today, which is awesome. I got 2 subs today, everybody. So cool. Okay, so that'll make all of the boundaries for the solids that we need to make. Now, it doesn't look like much, but we will be able to work with this. So finish the sketch. Bring all these things back in. So, first geometry here. Going back to our reference, we want the bottom plate, but not this, because this is just making up the extra distance that the maker beam was. So this would be a height of, you son of a bitch. There you go. 2mm. So we need to detail the 2mm, and that's not gonna, the top piece here is gonna meet up with this. Oh, I guess I need another thing on there. I need a little like wing to hold that extra piece. Don't I? Don't I? Yeah, I need to get that dimension. Hold on. Back to the sketch. Zoom out. I need one more solid definition on this thing. That is just not here, is it? What the? Huh? Well, huh? Oh. Ooh. Where's that thing? Where's the thing that I designed? Where is it? I think maybe I extruded and then chamfered in order to create it. All right, so we'll do that again, I guess. How did I do it? See, it's right there. This one doesn't have it, so you got to be careful when printing a bunch of these at the same time because they're mirror image parts. But how did I create this? It looks like I took that edge, I extruded it out to a distance, and then I chamfered the end. Okay, all right. Well, we'll just have to do it. Just have to do it again. Cat walking on a keyboard. I've heard that excuse way too much for it to be an actual thing. So we're taking this outline, and then, oh God, because the solid's here, this is going to be an absolute piece of shit. This thing's just going to fuck with me. See that? That's not supposed to be. Fusion! It's still doing it. Why do you, I mean, I made the sketch on that surface. That's why it's doing that, but it's, man, is it annoying. Like, you can turn it off when you're doing the sketch. Oh, you can't turn it off now. Now, when you get nice models of everything, kind of messes with you. Now, I could, you know, I'm not printing this with a border around it anymore. I mean, I guess I could technically make this part hug the outside of the fans. That might be a good thing to do. I'm not going to do that. If I needed to, though, it would be this part, the one that we're about to extrude, that I would be modifying. I would modify this part. Actually, to be fair, we should probably do this in 3 sections. 244 millimeters is my entire printer. Do I want to print these as one piece or not? That's you know, I'm having this internal debate about whether or not I want to actually do this in one big piece, or if I should do it in a bunch of little pieces that have to go together in order to make the whole solid. Now, the rest of the computer is a bunch of little pieces that have to go together in order to make the one solid. So, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. Bottom part is one big piece, and then the top part is a bunch of little pieces. And then the bottom piece could be the anchor for everything else, as well as the countersunk screws and everything like that. Yeah, all right, we'll do it that way. One big piece for the bottom, it'll be the gasket, and then from there I do the other ones. 37 bit. More bits, the better, huh? That kind of person you are? Are you willing to be that kind of person? Because it takes a lot. You gotta commit. I hate the fact that this all these little things that, like, and there might be like, this might be off by like a nanometer. And there's like a little tiny overlap of that circle. Or this. Got it on that one. Get it on all 4. Yeah. Make sure I'm telling the software exactly what I want. We'll have to inspect to see that there's no issues after that. So let's take that up 2 millimeters. Ah! You little bastard. Cheeky little bastard. Okay. That's good. That's good for that. Look okay. Now I'm going to have to put a, whatever this one is, a fillet on the ends, because these fans, the fans I have, not the ones that I have models of, have fillets on them. They're filleted. Oh, you goddamn. Go back to the extrusion step. Click on this. Click OK. And then, where did I want the solids to come up from? From this or from the layer that goes on top of it? How do I have it structured in the other one? Because the bottom layer is what holds the remainder of the spacer that puts it into the maker beam. We don't have that on this. So instead, I mean, I guess this and this and then this. This will be like the flattest part. Okay, all right, fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's whatever. See if I care at all. I just don't care. These are like a pretty complicated part because I had to have them link into the maker beam. So they're not very complicated here. When we don't have the maker beam. Very simple part. Okay, so now I need to extrude the next piece. So I'm going to go, and I'm going to go from that part, I am going to extrude, and we can actually, for now, so that we can pay fealty to the time being, we can unview that, and then I can select what I want to extrude. Did I do that properly? E. And then I want to take from this stuff here and the outer border. Oh, God. The solid's getting in the way. You know, you can just mirror image this one. This one doesn't have all those weird geometric nonsenses on it. Not that. We want it to go like this. This is the outer perimeter. And it's going to be our next object. So we want this stuff. It's going to have a weird hole in it for this screw, but whatever. Okay, so we're going to take that one, and then I'm going to go from an object. That object is going to be this thing, on the top of it. And then we're going to go 2 millimeter as a new body. Migraine out of no, dude. Go relax. Drink some water. Holy shit. I've never gotten migraines. I don't know what it's like. I imagine it's awful. Oh, Lord. Dear God. I guess while we're doing new solids, we'll just do this one. So, not that. We want this. Yeah, I've never been one to get migraines. Oh, yeah, that's a problem. This doesn't have... It's just going to be like a flat section. Yeah, I guess it's okay. Maybe a little bit of a weird part, but if I maintain the modularity, I guess it'll match up to the other solids pretty well. Start object from the top of layer 1. No, not from that point. Top of layer 1. Distance is 2. That's a new body. Okay, there's that one. And we're going to mirror this one and this one on their respective axes in order to recreate them. So we're going to finish building the solid before I do it. So to finish building these things, I will go from... This is all because I've done this before. That's why I know what I'm doing right now. I need to look at nothing. And now we're doing the top layer. So the top layer is this, and this. As well as that corner. Good. We're good. This. Oh, no, wait, never mind. It's not this. Yeah, we want from there. Because that's going to be a separate piece. Because that's the look of the case. And then we're going to start from the object, which is this one. Nope. Which is this one. Why are there 2 separate ones? Did I extract both of those at the same time? There should only be one. Anyway, so we've got this object here. I want to start from the top of this thing and go 2 millimeters up. And that's going to be it. How did I make that other solid then? It doesn't really seem like I did it like that. I mean, that should be strong enough on this one to print out. It's this neck right here is what I wanted to reduce on that other part. I wanted to reduce that thin neck that sits on support material, and when I break off the support material under it, it explodes. So I wanted to keep that from exploding, but I don't know if I have the option with these. It's this is very difficult to break support material off of. It also holds everything nice and stable, but all right, we don't need that body anymore. Then we extrude this. All of these. And we go from no, not offset from object. This way, if I change the widths of anything, it'll react. Oh, I see. I made two. I didn't need to make two of them. And then we go from this object. We go two, and we're joining. And since nothing else is visible. Oh, right. I selected the wrong things. These, I don't need you, or you, or you, or you. Ah! No, what just happened? Cancel the whole thing. Extract. Or extrude, rather. Extract. Why do I keep calling it an extraction? Anyway, it's just that. That's what I need to extrude. Man, what a weird part. And then we start from the object, and I view this one, and I start from the top of that one, and I go 2 millimeter, and that joins it, and that creates that. That's what I need. Okay. And then I don't need this body. I don't need this crude body. Delete. Delete my body. Okay, so there's that. Those are all I need in order to create all the rest of the solids. And then I'll, well, let's do the screw holes first, because those are excruciating, and then we can import screws so that we get kind of the right look out of it, I guess. I don't know. Ugh, nausea and headache. That's terrible. It's like having broken LCD eyes for a while. Ugh. I've seen that picture where there's like the center of vision, like the cluster of just crap. Kind of like where the optical nerve connects to the retina. You get an overload. That's what I've heard people describe it as, but... All right, so extrude. We need this, 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 this. And we need this based on our bottom layer. No, not our bottom layer. We're not talking about bottoms. We need this from... What is that just sitting out there doing? Oh, because maybe that existed before. Maybe it existed. But wait, what's going on here? Something broke already. Yes. Why is that in that step and yet... Hold on. What the fuck? What happened here? What has occurred? I deleted a body. Body 2, layer 1. We're good on that. Body 5 is just out in... All right, let's start this one over then. Delete. So I'm going to start over with that one, and it's going to be this. And I'm... well, actually, this. Oh, this. Nope, this. There we go. That is from there. And then I start from an object, and it's this one. And I go from here, and I go distance of 2. And that's going to be a new body. Okay, that sits on there like that. Good. Then, don't need you anymore. Unview you. Then we take this, 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 this. This would be the top layer. Boop, 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 boop. And yeah, okay. Oh, wait, we don't need... It's a lot of like, I don't know. I've been through this before with all the other parts of this thing. It's kind of annoying, but in the end, we'll be able to do this, right? I had that once before I knew it was a migraine. It's like the chevrons on the road going past at 200 miles an hour. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Object from here. We go to, we join. See, the reason I don't view anything else when I do this is because otherwise the software doesn't know to join to the right thing. So it gets all squirrely about what it's supposed to be joining to. It gets all crazy about it. Okay. All right. I think we're in good shape. And then I need the little end link that I'm going to put here, and we can mirror that along the center axis. So I'll put the end link here, mirror it there, mirror it there. We're doing a lot of mirroring, a lot of mirroring, a lot of mirroring. So I just need to extrude. I keep using the wrong word. Extrude those, start from an object, and then put the layer back in. We'll do this object, and we'll do 2 millimeter, and it'll be a new body. My new body. There we go. Oh, no, wait, never mind. Well, redo the step. We need one of these, and it needs to actually be from there. There we go. That's more like it. That's that little layer cake of layers that I want. Okay, so now that we've done that, oh boy, I gotta mirror these in so many ways, but I need to make the screw holes in the corners and on the two parts of this, but then I'll also need to put them up here too. How's that gonna work? Maybe we just have 500 screw steps after this. I didn't want to have it be so repetitious, but you know, some screw holes rely on other screw holes rely on other screw holes, so I've done that before, where you don't realize that you've got to cut and then you scratch off a scab and you end up leaving a trail of blood somewhere. I've done that a lot. Yeah, maybe we'll do all the screw operations after we mirror image everything. So I will do create mirror, and I'm going to choose, I guess I'll do different mirrors for different objects. So for this one, the plane is, well, the plane can be that plane, but I would like to mirror it on this line, and I don't think it likes that. I need to make a plane for that line. So maybe instead what I can do, I'll do a move and duplicate for the horizontal ones. So like for this one, I need to move and duplicate that. So I'll just do move this one, and we will create a copy, and I'm going to move it with the principal axes so I can do multiple things at once. I'll just take this thing over here. Come here. And then we'll rotate it 180. And then I'll do a point to point from the corner to the corner. There we go. Created that. And then, let's see, I can take this, I'll do a move operation on this, and we'll go point to point. And our first point is right here. Our second point, well, we create a copy, and our second point is right here. Okay. I guess I could just do mirror image now of all this stuff, and then that'll round it out. Why did it move and not cut? I hate it when it does this, man. Yeah, delete. Really? Okay. So choosing this thing again, I didn't hit, it like unselects the copy button sometimes. So if I go to this, it's like it forgets that I want to create a copy. Oh, real bastard program. I guess it shows point to point and the free move as two different operations, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, that's what it did. So now I'm okay with not creating a copy. Weird, it doesn't do that when you do it in, maybe it does it now. Maybe that was part of one of the updates. Because, like, I don't remember it making two move steps. But I guess when I did the lockdown, because of moving bodies, it might behave a little differently than moving components. Strange. Okay, so at any rate, I'm going to do a mirror operation on you and you and you. And this time we can actually choose one of our planes and it'll work. That's going to create 1 billion more bodies. Yeah. Isn't that weird? It's such a weird like limitation of the software. I don't know why it exists. All right, looking good. This is going to be our layer cake that makes up the protector of this thing. Oh, it's good to have all this work done. All right, so let's make some holes. Okay, so the hole tool is going to screw me over, isn't it? Yeah. It's got all my like some parameters in it, but like it's not selecting this object as its start point. So, I mean, one thing that we can do is an interference fit of a part that I've already made that I know matches the profile of the screw. This is going to get even more irritating with all of the operations that I need to do to make it, but it's how I did the other screw holes, so I don't know. We'll just do it. And then that way, it'll be a slip fit for everything, and I don't need to alter any of this stuff. So I think it's in the computer screws folder. Yeah, there it is. I just got one of them. Let's copy it. Where's screws? Computer. What is this folder structure? What? Oh, there it goes. Okay, screws. And then copy. Which one is the copy? What have you did? The V1, I guess. Rename. And this one would be 35. That's not Maker Beam. 35 millimeter. Let's go back to my... Oh, let's not show that on screen. Let's go to my face cam. Hey, look, it's my face cam. Hey, wow, neat. It's so great that people are making random distracting jokes in my stream project section. It would be a shame if I deleted them right now, because that stream project is not for things that will distract me. Jeez. All right. And then the DigiKey part number is that, and then I'll do in parentheses hull because it's for gapping the screw so that it fits onto threads below it. So now what we need to do is give this the right dimensions. Now for that part number, do we still have it open? We do. So what is the length? The length is 35. Now I can import this. I can import the STL, but I don't want to do that because all the McMaster parts are cursed as hell. They're just so ridiculous. And for this part, I have a particular gap on the threads that I can use to either make it grippy or not. And whereas the McMaster part will probably have modeled threads, which is, I don't want modeled threads. I've had the hiccups and I don't have any liquids. This is like, can I get more information about it? Where's the length? What are we, is that thread length or is that overall length? Well, we've got 70,000 PSI on the thing. All right, whatever. So inspect from here to here, I guess. See, that's 5.6 for the 4 millimeter, but that was due to my measurements. So this would be 35 minus 5.6. That's the screw. That's a beast of a screw. And what's the diameter down here? What the? Ugh. Computer's like freezing. There you go. 3. I want that to be 3.2. 3.2, because that'll allow threads to slide. Are you fucking kidding me? Why? Why would that break the chamfer? Oh, okay. Why? Everything is cursed. Let's see. I need 90 degrees coming off of this until it intersects with this. So if I make a sketch of the profile plane, I need to make this a 2-sketch affair. That's fine. That's fine. We'll make it a 2-sketch kind of dealy. Project this whole thing. Then we go from here. I'm going to go 90. No. No. 45. 45 down to origin. And then I'll box it up. Actually, I don't need to box it up like that. I need to box it up like this. That creates a triangle. Finish. And then I'm going to extrude. I can't believe this. Extrude along a revolve. It selected my thing for me for the axis for my next trick. There's the body. You go away. This axis. And then I'm going to review the body again. And then I'll cut it at a 90 degree. And what the fuck is it doing? It's only cutting that at 90 degrees. Oh, because I made it only cover that. I didn't have it hit the other one. Hold on, cancel. So the cut would be different if the radius of the screw is different. So we'll go back to 3, I guess. Yeah, we'll go back to 3 on this thing. And then I guess I'll have to use a press pull in order to make it 3.2. Unless, will it accommodate the screw better if everything is, like, what did I just do? My hand is, like, leaning on the keyboard, and so it does a bunch of stuff when I'm not. Idle hands spend time hitting buttons that do features you don't want to have happen. Is that doesn't even meet up. How do these screws exist if they're supposed to be at a 90-degree angle? Am I running into problems with a part that I've never had to alter? It's Control-Z our way out of this. How about that? Just keep hitting it until everything's fixed. Wow, look, it's the screw that we wanted. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right, whatever. That's a super weird long version of the screw. That's so strange. Oh, sorry, guys. You didn't get to see any of the cursed stuff that I did. I went over to Facecam in order to get the part number for this thing. Rename that. God damn it. Thank you for speaking up, though, because it's just my face making gestures. Everyone else is asleep because nobody else said any fucking thing about that. I'm trying to elongate this screw, and I tried to make the outer radius of the screw a little bit larger so that it would be a slip fit. But unfortunately, when I did that, it made like a weird cutout of this, and it didn't quite give me the right radius. So, man, that's really embarrassing. You guys fucking suck. I hate all of you. All right, anyway, that's saved. We can pull this into the other drawing. That was just a little cursed thing that I was doing, trying to extend the screw out a certain distance, and it just wasn't having it. So, alignment-wise, we're going to need the sketch to be visible, and I'm going to need this guy right here. And I can take the radius here. No, I really don't. I don't upload my videos. I stream, and editing videos is a lot of work that I just don't want to do. Just don't want to do all that work. I know I need to, but man, this is a lot of bodies to unview in order to get this thing in the right spot. You can do one of these and then move it up 6. So then we go to this, and we go up 6. Click OK. Now, if that works out like this, I'll be happy. That gap right there, you know, I don't know if it'll work out like this. I don't know if I'm going to need to alter the screws in order to keep this from damaging itself. Luckily, these Alpha Cools have a nice little panel on the back end for that. All right, so we need to create a whole bunch more. We need to put a whole bunch more into effect. So I'm going to use Move Tools in order to do this. So I'm going to click on this, right-click, and go to Move Copy. I'm going to go point to point with it. Or not. Wait a minute. I guess I have to do the same movement techniques as I did before. Yeah. So that means that when I point to point and move it, it's going to do all the axes. I wish I could tell it to keep it on one plane. But if I do another point to point, then I can go from... There's too many... All the bodies are in the way. Let the bodies hit the floor. Okay, so let's just do that, and I'll just get it out of the way. So it'll have one that I can copy. Son of a bit! Cancel. Move. The move and copy process is just a little clunky, isn't it? And like, they'll tell you that you're doing it wrong, right? But if you look at somebody using the software and you see them making all the same exact mistakes, I don't know how to put it, because it's like, ugh. All right, point to point, this point to this point, and we're creating a copy before it locks me out of that. Okay. I'm gonna put them in, and that'll move them up 6. So, not you, this one. I mean, I guess I could just upload the VODs to a channel, and I have been collecting the VODs. I've got them all on this drive. So in the future, maybe I'll take like a month off of streaming and upload a shit ton of VODs to YouTube. I feel like I'm contributing to electronic waste when I do that. I feel like that's like... People aren't that interested in what I do, you know? Oh, it's got... When you choose the move tool from like 0, it chooses bodies, which is just annoying. All these little quality of life things that Fusion fucks you over with. Oh wait, I need to make 2 more copies. Yeah, that's gonna create... I need a lot of these screws. Luckily, I could buy them by the bushel for very cheap. Bodies selected. You got to do everything in exactly the order they expect. All these little ease of use things where the program will work around the meat pudding with electricity in it that's operating the software. All those little things that could, you know, go a little smoother. Oh, nope. You got to do everything exactly as it says. You got to click on exactly this. You got to go to exactly this. You have to choose to create a copy without changing the type of move. You need to select exactly the right origin. It's like, it's excruciating. This to right here. So the screw hole tool does not allow me to offset the screw hole up to this object. So if I made a separate sketch and I projected the geometries through there, I could probably have used the hole tool in order to put the hole on the top there. Or if I even made a pilot hole in the device, or the object, or if I figured out what the X and the Y distances were to the screws, I could have also done it that way using the hole tool. Instead, I'm using a model of the screw, and I'm just going to place it in there and do a one of these guys. So this is the last one. I can move this one just on its own. My throat is starting to become a little bit sore. Move this guy. Point to point, origin point, and our destination, without creating a copy, is right here. Click OK. And then I can move all these up 6. Ugh. Move, copy. Create an axis in the center of the screw body and use it as a reference for the copy move command. No. That's not what Charles is. If I wanted to use the hole tool, I would have to project a dot onto the top of the thing, because the hole tool is not very good at letting you offset. I can't start from object on the hole tool. That's what I need. I need to start from object and then define the point as two separate things. It's just too rudimentary of a tool. So these need to move up 6. And then I need to take these, basically all of these, and I need to mirror them. Capture the positions. Go ahead. See if I fucking care. Why is this selected? 6 components. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then our plane, this one. Bada bing. Okay. All right. So now just in one fell swoop, I can get rid of the sketch. There's way too many bodies on this drawing. I can choose to do a combine, the target body. It's all this stuff. And you. And I want to keep the tool. What? You son of a bitch. I clicked on the wrong thing. It automatically took me into the next stage. What did I just select? The right thing? None of the screws are selected. Good. I need this one here. All these views are very confusing. Okay. Ah, damn it. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Can you only select one tool body for every time you do this? That is annoying. One target body, rather. I think maybe I can do... Nope. It just says 1. Yeah, it doesn't let you cut multiple bodies, huh? All right, so we got to go through piece by piece and just specify all the operations that need to be done. I didn't think it would work like that. I thought you were able to take it and like, anyway, target body selected, keep tools, cut this and this and this. No, not that. What are you doing? Oh, one problem is that it's going to make a little, it's not going to cut, it's going to leave a body in the middle of that when I do it. Whatever, we'll delete the bodies. He said out loud to Twitch. Yeah, there's going to be little extra plugs in here that I just need to go through and like delete. Not the face. Where's the other one? This is more involved than I thought it would be. Or we could do it one at a time. One screw at a time. Okay, so let's get rid of the view of all of these. I'll just take them one at a time, and we'll cut out the things we need to cut out. So this one, what I really would like to do is put a hole in the top of this thing with a radius, and then I don't have all the extra bodies on it. But if we take it case by case, I guess it'll be okay. Okay, now I can't move. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna cut top layer using that. And then this thing right here, this body right here, I want to get rid of. Doesn't like it. Why does it get rid of my step if I do that, though? Okay, so this body right here, I just won't view, I guess. I don't know. That's weird. It's kind of annoying that it's doing that. I don't know how to not make it do that. But anyway, all right. So I'm just gonna do it again and again and again. This is gonna be the most excruciating thing. That's that one. Hello? Can I please move the camera? Thank you. Next one. Boop. It's gonna be the one on the opposite side. Yeah. This is gonna be very confusing if I have to go in and change stuff. But oh well. There's probably a better way to do this. It probably involves the screw tool. Okay, and then I'm gonna do another one of these. We're gonna cut that with that. And then we go to the next screw. That's this one. Got to do this for all 8 of them. 16 of them. Ugh. So, interfere. This with this. Interfere. This with this. Interfere. This with this. And this one. That should be 3. I'm just calling them F because I don't want them. Get the F out. They're stupid things. Next. This drawing is going to be a mess now. I thought it was going to be a nice clean drawing. But I'm going to make a liar out of me. Nope. Nope. I'm clicking on the right stuff. Click, click. Boom. Next one. Ugh, gotta get over here. Yeah, same thing. I don't know. This is like a lot smoother than the other one. Is it a GPU cooler? No. No, no, no. No, 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 no. This cools everything. Making the computer to look a little bit like a V6. And so right now I'm trying to make the assembly on the outside of this that's going to define, basically just protect your finger poking from the fans. The rest of this is a hardcore AMD Ryzen build. It's got a 6900 XT and a 5950X, as well as a 750 watt power supply. What is cooled by $11 Amazon.com. Who the hell knows where it's made? Aluminum heat sinks. It's going to use silicon rubber hoses, as featured over here. Silicon rubber hoses along the entire build. It's going to have a bit of an automotive look to it because I discovered that using these heat sinks that I already had would look very much like a V6. And so in addition to that, I have this EKWB 80mm reservoir. I got black chrome fittings that were on sale, brass. There's all kinds of metals in this thing, man. But yeah, that's going to be the look of it. So it's basically these 2 radiators are going to be cooling everything. These were originally going to go horizontally on the previous idea for the build, but I decided to do them vertically because this looks a lot cooler than just having them on the sides of the computer. Even though it would work on the sides of the computer, I thought having like a set piece on the whole thing and make it look cool would be kind of neat. And it helps with the routing hoses around and stuff like that. There's some tight spots in it, though, that I'm going to have to engineer around. But right now, what we're doing is completely messing up the timeline on this fusion drawing by adding a bunch of screws in it that will be, whatever, using this tool, a tool that does not want to be used for this project. It's creating a lot of mess, and it's a lot of stuff to go through, but whatever. Whatever, let's take it in stride. We'll make it happen. This one. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. I wanted this one, and this one. And then I want this one and this one. Why is that? Oh yeah, they're still visible. I'll have to unview the plugs. Oh god, what a pain in the ass. All right, let's just keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. You know, I probably should have done the holes and then done the mirror. I could move the mirror operation all the way out here, but it'll probably find some reason to hate that. To be fair, if I were to take... Well, this one is created by a move. So if we make the hole in this one just for... This is going to confuse AutoCAD in a very bad way. Why did it rename all of my... No, it didn't rename my bodies. I'm dumb. If I then take this one and this one, I might be able to mirror image. What's going on? What is it thinking about? Maybe be able to redo the mirror images and the movements and maybe, you know, move some of these steps out, but then the timeline's going to get all confused. If I delete the copies of the mirrors, maybe I could... How many of those steps do I have? One that moves it over, one that moves it into position. That's the copy. Yeah, I guess they split out some of the move and copy operations. No, it's all right. That's just... It's just going to be a billion steps of me doing this again and again and again and again. Anyway, I got one side done. So let's start on the other side. How come there's only... Oh, no, there's the rest of them. Okay, so back over to here. This thing. We want this guy, okay. And then this one gets renamed to a bunch of Fs. And then I don't look at it because it embarrasses me. And then I want this, and I want this, and I want this, and I want that. Okay, next. This kind of sucks, doesn't it? I'll delete these and just mirror them from here, maybe. Unless these are the originals and these are the mirror images. I think we did the mirror images first. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch! Alright, this guy. And then this one, okay. Big F's in the chat, and then don't look at it, and then we take this, and we go with the bottom one, go with this one. I'll do the other screw hole. Next, if I want to change the screw hole size, it's going to be absolutely excruciating, isn't it? Yeah, I think maybe the lesson here is that I should have relied on round holes in my sketch instead of an interference. And if I was going to do the hole tool, I got to learn how to use the hole tool better, because what I'm doing is not the way. It's not what I should be doing. Because it's creating all of this excess, like, objects and data and stuff that's going to just, like, trip up the program. Especially if I have to tweak and tune stuff. Luckily, I'm so far in this design that I know where all the pitfalls are. So I don't think I'm going to end up having to do a lot of tweaking and tuning on this. He says with full confidence. What was that? That was the wrong tool. Make it end. Make my suffering end. And then... It should have been, I should have been able to select multiples. I could have made this whole mess of parts much more easily. And I don't know if I've done that in the past and they don't have that feature anymore, or if it's just, it's never been like that, and for some reason I thought it was. which is the more likely scenario, let's be honest. The more likely scenario is that I just forgot that I can't select multiple bodies to extrude. I used the hole tool in another drawing, and I had that go through multiple things. That's what I thought I was going to be doing with this. That's why it is the way it is. Ah, wrong way. There, that would be the last one that I just don't care about. It's not letting me delete those immediately. I wonder what happens if... Okay, so let's do this. And then let's do this. And can I then go... Nope. I'm thankful for a strong Control-Z in this program. Okay, so appearance menu. My favorite menu. My appearances, plastic, opaque. I think I use glossy red, clear. I mean private. Give me my color. And then we want to make sure that it goes to the whole thing. So that makes these into the sort of glossy, sort of not, the sort of PETG color. Now I wonder if I could follow those instructions, because Fatanon was working a lot on making a much more clear, transparent print from PETG. And so if I follow the steps and the settings that he has discovered, then I wonder if I could get my clear prints to look a little bit more clear. That would be pretty cool to do, because the red Polymaker, the dark red Polymaker, is a brilliant color to it. Let's do, what is this one? Top fit, or top what is it? Top fitting side. This one is top mid R. Clasp. Actually, these should be rad clasp, because it's a different design. So I need to make sure when I export, if I want to do multiple parts, I want to make sure that they differentiate from one another, right? And this would be top, I don't know, loop side, because that's what loops the water around. Body number 10, top, mid, L. Rad clasp, 2. Rad clasp, 3. Okay. Oh, damn. I gotta sit up. My butt hurts. My butt hurts. All right. So aside from giving these a little bit of a chamfer on, and it is chamfer, right? It's not fillet. No, it is fillet. Aside from giving them a fillet on the corners, this is the radiator thing. Now that'll look a lot different when we actually put the grating in there and actually put, what do you call it? Put the screws on it and all that stuff. But now I've got all the solids that I need in order to print these and have the sort of appropriate attachments and stuff. Now, one thing that I could do is make, you know, a corner piece that goes here and make, like, you know, something that goes between those. I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. It depends on what the final look is. But anyway, I can save this with all these fucking steps. It's a lot of repetition, but I can save that, close it, go here, and now I can update all the external references. And what we get from that is our design going into this thing, and because of the algorithmic nature of Fusion, it should all be in place. It should all... Damn it, the screws didn't move with everything else. Why do you do this to me? They didn't rotate. And I don't know if they'll cooperate with rotation. Well, we know what to do with the rotation, actually. Control Z. Let's get out of here. Get me out of here. So let's just delete that. Like I said, with Fusion 360, rotation is just cursed. There's just some stuff that it doesn't like to do with rotating. So we'll just go back into that step and we'll redo the rotation. Then hopefully it'll mirror properly. Why? Why, like, why? Just why? You know? Just why? Why do this? Is it messed up in the final drawing? Yeah, it just, like, assumed that I didn't want to move everything, but, like, it moved it in a weird way. Like, I don't know why it didn't lock it down properly. It looks like it's in the original position that I pulled the document in for. I think that might be what it is. So if I go back to this step, basically where it was here is not where it was here. And I can't select the move again, but what I can do is I can just do move object. Select all of them. I'll fix this. Point to point. Origin point. Here. Target point there. Okay. That'll put them all away. And then I can do my 35-degree rotation on this thing. So I can rotate. See, the program doesn't make assumptions where it should, and it gets kind of annoying like that. It's like, oh, I don't want to assume that you want to move those screws with everything else, even though they're part of the same freaking subassembly. So then it doesn't, and then it causes that problem. So yeah, now it rotates. So it didn't move them, and then it didn't rotate them with everything else. Yeah, I know. Maybe if I learned a little bit more of the kinematics stuff in Fusion. I haven't really gone into that, though. I haven't learned a lot of the kinematic stuff. You know, where we do, like, rotates and moves and all that fun stuff. See, one thing that I could do is widen this and have it go over the lip a little bit in order to change the view from the side. It would make a little bit more of a cover for the Noctuas. It would look a little less like, I mean, with these bolts like this, it does kind of invoke. That's what we're trying to do, is invoke the spirit of automotive parts. So I might make a little collar that fits into there. The difference between the 3mm and this thing, and then I could make like just a little vertical collar that goes on that part of the screw. That might be a thing that I want to do. And if I do that, it's going to require me to do all of the bullshit stuff. Oh wait, I just made no, I need to undo the rotate. Oops, sorry. I need to finish the position there now that all those bolts are there, and then wait for the software to catch up. And we need to take the timeline back to here. Yeah, now I need to do the move. So I right-click on the assembly and click move. This is why I remember the numbers. Was it 30 degrees? I think it was 30 degrees, not 35. Yeah, it was 30 degrees. Okay, cool. And then capture the position, and then move all the way to the end of time, and then it'll catch up. And then it'll catch up. And then it'll catch up. There it is. Okay. All right. We got a little bit done today. I mean, we kind of faffed about with the shifter a little bit, which I'm gonna play with the shifter on my own. And get that done, because I wanna do snow runners this weekend. speed ups with Fusion I haven't totally noticed. That's what that last update was. It's been a little while. I've been feeling like this drawing is so many different sub-assemblies and stuff, and there's no motion stuff in this at all. This is just me planning out like what my computer's going to look like. It almost looks like this right now. I just have two big umbilical cords coming out of the side here for the power supply and the emergency AIO cooler that I bought, which is why we're jumping into going full water cool upgrade. So a lot of these assemblies and stuff, when I first open it, slow as hell. It took like 20 minutes for this thing to open up today. Yeah, that's the inspiration. I want to figure out something like this for the sides, but at the same time, the look of the PC is this. I can't move I don't have a camera on my computer. I'll have one on there. Not like a computer camera. I mean, a camera pointed at my computer. I don't have right now. But hold on, I'm gonna go to my camera roll. This is what it looks like right now. So I have the same scheme with the with all the clasps and stuff on it, making up all the stuff. Here, wait, where's Fusion? I don't need the V6. But on top of it, I'll put the V6 stuff. But you can see here in the background, I've got big umbilical cables coming out to a power supply and an AIO cooler, because the 1U rack cooler was not enough for this thing, right? They were claiming 5.6 times speed improvement when opening, saving, and closing large files. No, man. If you rewind the VOD, there's a whole section where I'm doing the 1990s music video shuffle because it's taken over this computer. This computer has a decent processor, but it's a GTX 970 graphics card. Now, I've got a 1080 FTW that's going to go in here, my old one. The specs on this computer right now are a B550 mini ITX motherboard, a 5950X, and a 6900 XT. The power supply is built out of custom modules. It's going to be 750 watts. But yeah, and then I'll have 680 millimeter fans on radiators doing the cooling. Now, the stuff that we still need to figure out is the solid that's going to go down here, and in the front, I don't think I'm going to make it a trapezoid. I kind of want it to look a little bit more like a V6. So we got to figure out the plastic that's going to hold this up. And I don't think I can manage to put rails on it because it won't quite look right. No, the power supply that I have on it right now is a 750 watt EVGA power supply. It's been doing just fine powering the computer. I turned off the boosting stuff for the processor and the motherboard. So the boosting, I think, is what gets it in trouble, right? You'll have to put in a 6-core. Listen, it's got a 5950X. I'm not gonna mesh it up. Is it hard to find the material to build this? No. I mean, so we're gonna be using Polymaker PETG translucent red, which is a very nice color. I had to go red. I would have liked to use a different color. I don't want to, I don't like the combo of red and black. I think it's a little too monochrome and annoying. I was going to go dark blue and black, but it's an AMD build, so we got to do AMD. So I'm trying to invoke automotive stuff with this. I do have a two fan 80 millimeter radiator, and I could put that in the middle, but I think that's just overkill. So yeah, it's going to be black hoses, brass fittings, black chrome for the right angle guys, and then some kind of cursed routing for all the tubes, with all 6 of these fans blaring down on the rest of the hardware inside to give it that extra little airflow for cooling the, the interstitial components and the hard drives and stuff like that. Need real moving pistons. Where? This isn't a Lego build. I'm not putting useless pistons in the thing. If I had LED fans, I could have them go in the order, the firing order. I mean, if we're still feeling frisky at the end of the build, maybe I could put a strip of LEDs on it and we could program it to do the firing order of a V6. depending on the temperature. That'd actually be pretty cute. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, the fans are 6 rotary motors. Well, I mean, they are. Technically, they are. We didn't get as much done as I would have wanted. This is more of a pain in the ass than I thought it would be. Stringing up and finding all the hardware and putting them all together. I haven't ordered screws yet. I'm probably going to need to figure that out. They're not 3,000 RPM on Noctuos now. You guys can meme all you want about, oh, look, this guy knows of this hardware. Whatever. They're just normal Noctuos. They're normal, cheapo Noctuos. They're not the expensive ones. I'm not going to make, this thing isn't going to become an aircraft carrier. I'm not going to do that. I just want to, you know, I want it to be functional enough. Everybody's got to show off their little computer knowledge. Anyway, we still got a lot of work to do to figure out how this is going together. We need to make sure that we're able to hoist my petard properly on this whole thing. I need to make sure that we can hold all this stuff up without a lot of flexing on it. And I think if I put enough structure on them, they should be okay. I don't think I'll be using the maker beam inside, you know, for the centerpiece. It would be nice to have 2 rails like sort of here, but it doesn't look right when I do that. So everything looks a little weird when I do that. It doesn't have the right look, so we got to figure out what that right look is. We'll come back to this project soon. We may do 1 or 2 things in the meantime, but I really want to get this. I really want to get progress on this project to the point where we can build it. Because I would like to build it because the computer's worked great for like a couple months, and I've taken it to a few LAN parties. I just want it to. Well, I've taken it to 1 LAN party in the state that it's in, which is a weird transportation thing because I got the 2 things sitting outside of the case. That's fine the way it is. I'm going to do it the way it is because I want to have the tubes on top. It is a matter of, and it actually, to be honest, it doesn't matter where the tubes are in the radiators. You're just trying to facilitate bubbles getting into the reservoir. But you guys don't know what you're talking about, so don't worry about it. The highest point in the system should be the reservoir, and if you really want to, you can try to squeeze the edge of the tube to bleed them properly, or what I'm going to end up doing is taking the whole thing in my hands, rotating it around. Twitch servers requested us to reconnect. Okay. Wow. So smart. All right. Anyway, I think I am done working on this for now. We'll have an ability to probably print these and get them put up there, but for now, we're just going to leave it as is. I may come back and mess with the design a little bit, depending on printing it. I need to finish the stick shift first, though. That's kind of where I am with this. I need to finish the stick shift because I want to play Snow Runners this weekend. I want that to be our Saturday stream. I want that to be our Saturday stream with the stick shift, with the full wheel, doing the full force feedback so that it's like torture driving in the snow while it's like 90 degrees out. I don't know. I just like that idea. That's what we'll try to do. Tomorrow, I don't know. Tomorrow we could do whatever. We could see whether or not I want to do just like take something apart or just work on one of the other miscellaneous things. I really don't want to work on the. I've done the stick shift for a solid 2.5 weeks every single stream, so we're not going to work on that again. I'm not going to do that one again. I'm going to finish it. I'm going to get this thing done like tonight. Disassemble a chat mod. I really don't want to disassemble chat. It moves slow enough already. No, but I think tomorrow we'll figure out something cool to do. We could take a look at that scooter, maybe figure out if we can find a power supply for it, or I can pull something else from storage and we can play around with it in anticipation of more projects. I mean, I still want to prove the Earth is flat by building a ring laser. But yeah, listen, you guys are bringing in your water cooling sensibilities into my project, and I don't think you guys know what you're talking about. To be honest, Twitch chat. Look, there are design considerations that I'm making for this thing. I have a lot of experience in this stuff. I was water cooling shit when you were still just twinkle in your daddy's eye. There are things that I will have to get over, like bubbles, but bubbles aren't that big of a deal. So I'm not. I don't want to take my time to address absolutely everything. An air tooling guy or an air cooling guy. What, like an air cooled VW motor? What kind of motor are you talking about? All right. Anyway, I don't think, and good to see you, Murderbits, by the way. Murderbits has been around for quite a while. Friend of the channel. We don't have Burn the Subs working right now. We'll get that working again soon. We will work on that. And maybe that's what we need to work on tomorrow. It depends on how I feel. If I'm feeling good, we'll work on Burn the Subs or something. Otherwise, I mean, Fridays are supposed to be for kind of like winding down at the end of the week. And I've had a rough week. So maybe, just maybe, we find something else to play with tomorrow. But anyway, thank you guys for joining me. If you feel like keeping up, here's my Discord. I also have a Twitter that I occasionally use. Other than that, I hope you guys have a good night, and I will be back in 19 hours and 18 minutes and 48 seconds. All right, have a good one, everybody. And then we'll go... I gotta look down like this, because here, move my video window back over like that. That's a little better. You guys are shitting out farts right now. See you guys tomorrow.